Hello everyone. Welcome to the channel, where crime meets comfort and mysteries unfold while you go for the sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you from and what time is it right now? Let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night adventures. Now let's begin the story. My name is Claire Mercer, and if you're reading this, it's probably because you're trying to make sense of how everything went so horribly wrong. Maybe you're a detective, a lawyer, a journalist, or maybe you're just someone who got sucked into the story that spilled across every screen in America when my world collapsed. Either way, I want to take you back, not to the day I died, that came later. First, I need to tell you about the life I had, the one I built, the one I fought for. I was born on May 3rd, 1981 in Westfield, New Jersey, right in the middle of 5 siblings, sandwiched between chaos and compromise. We were a loud, messy bunch, but we were close. My parents worked hard. Dad taught high school history. Mom was a nurse. We didn't have much, but what we lacked in money, we made up for in warmth. Summit was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and still sent pies to new neighbors. I graduated from Summit High in 1999. I wasn't the smartest, but I had grit. I worked 2 jobs through Boston College and got my degree in finance in '03. I landed a junior role at an investment firm in Manhattan, riding trains into the city before the sun came up. It was exhausting, but it was mine. That job paid for my first car, my first apartment, and eventually it brought me to him, Robert Mercer. We met at a conference in D.C. in 2004. He was there to speak about cybersecurity trends. Funny, considering what he'd become. He was sharp, confident, the kind of man who carried himself like he knew something everyone else didn't. I was drawn to him instantly. At the time, I thought it was chemistry. Looking back, I wonder if it was just the calm surface of a man who had no soul beneath. We married 2 years later, September 10th, 2006. It was a perfect fall wedding. White tents, cider cocktails, golden leaves falling like confetti. He made me feel seen, safe, and for a long time, loved. We bought a townhouse in Westfield, an upscale place with a little backyard and tall windows that flooded the rooms with light. It felt like a dream. And when our boys Noah and Ethan came along, one in 2010, the other in 2013, it felt complete. To everyone else, we were the picture-perfect family. 2 successful careers, 2 beautiful sons, vacations, soccer practices, Instagram posts that got hundreds of likes, but pictures lie. I wish I could say I didn't see the cracks, but I did. I just ignored them. Robert started coming home later, then not at all some nights. He said it was work, server breaches, emergency audits, hacker threats. I believed him because I wanted to. I wanted to keep the peace for the boys, for the image, for the life I had fought to build. He became more distant, cold in a way that didn't show up in words, but in how he never asked about my day anymore. How he stopped reaching for my hand in bed. How his phone was always locked. But the worst part, I still loved him, or maybe I loved the version of him I'd made up in my head. In 2019, things started to unravel faster than I could keep up. One afternoon in July, I was folding laundry when I noticed an unfamiliar charge on our joint credit card, a high-end restaurant in Philadelphia, on a Tuesday night. He told me it was a business dinner, something about a new client. I nodded, smiled, swallowed the suspicion, but it didn't go away. It festered. So I started looking deeper, and I didn't like what I found. There were dozens of charges, hotel rooms, jewelry, flights to Chicago. I confronted him. He gaslit me so hard I almost believed I was crazy, said the card must have been cloned, that I was imagining things, that I needed to relax, but I didn't. I started saving everything, screenshots, statements, dates. I even started writing it down in a journal hidden deep in my iPad's notes app, disguised under a boring folder name. I needed proof, because deep down, I knew this was no longer just a bad marriage, it was a dangerous one. By October, I had reached out to a lawyer, quietly, discreetly. I told her I was ready to leave. I wanted full custody. I was done living under a roof with a stranger whose eyes no longer held any kindness. She told me to be patient, get my financial records in order, back up everything. I did exactly that. What I didn't know then, what still haunts me even now, is that Robert already knew. He knew I was planning to leave, knew I was talking to a lawyer, and worst of all, he knew what that meant for him. Because by then he wasn't just cheating, he was embezzling, siphoning money from our joint accounts, over $120,000. I don't know what he spent it on. His mistress? His secret life? God, he even had another child on the way. He was leading a second life in Philadelphia, using business trips as cover. He had built another family, another lie, another woman who didn't know she was sleeping next to a murderer. It still turns my stomach. Because even after everything, I never believed he was capable of hurting me. Not really, not fatally. I had just turned 38. My boys were growing fast. Noah was becoming this sharp, quiet kid who loved to read. Ethan was my wild one, always climbing something or running somewhere he shouldn't. I wanted to protect them, from the shouting, from the silences, from the rot that had started to eat through our family's foundation. I didn't want them growing up thinking this was normal. And then came November 14th, 2019. That morning felt ordinary. I woke up at 6:30, got the boys ready, kissed them goodbye as Robert took them to soccer practice. I remember I poured myself coffee, sat at the counter, and opened my laptop. I had an email from my attorney. She was finalizing the custody petition. She said, "Claire, we'll serve him next week." Next week never came. By 11:05 a.m., I would be dead on my own kitchen floor, and Robert would be playing the part of the grieving husband, sobbing into a 911 call about a masked intruder who never existed. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The thing is, when you know you're being hunted, even if you can't admit it, you start to prepare. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I didn't fight back like some action movie hero. I did something else. I put on my Garmin watch. That simple habit, that little flick of the wrist before a morning jog or coffee run, that's what would end up solving my murder. That's what would tell the truth after I couldn't, because when I died, that watch didn't. It kept beating just like me until it didn't. People always say there's a moment before death when your whole life flashes before your eyes. Maybe that's true. But when you feel it creeping in, when it's not instant, when you're aware of it, what flashes first isn't your past. It's the people you'll leave behind. For me, it was my boys. I didn't even see it coming. Not really. The signs were there, but I wasn't ready to believe Robert could cross that line. That anyone could. But that morning, everything started to unravel in slow, measured steps, like a silent clock ticking down. It started the same as any other Thursday. The house was quiet after the boys left with Robert for soccer. Ethan forgot his shin guards. Again, I found them in the laundry room under a pile of clean towels. I texted Robert. "Ethan forgot his guards again. I'll drop them off if you need." He didn't respond. I assumed he was driving. I made a smoothie. Sat down at the dining table with my laptop. I had a Zoom call scheduled with a client at 10 a.m., a widow trying to restructure her retirement assets. I liked helping women like her, women who'd lost more than just a partner but their sense of security. I always thought if something happened to me, I'd want someone to take care of my finances with as much compassion. The irony doesn't escape me now. The call ended just before 10:30. I took a breath and leaned back in my chair. The house was still. Too still. It was the kind of silence that didn't feel peaceful. It felt wrong. Like someone was holding their breath just out of sight. And that's when I heard the door open. Not the front door, the back. The one that led into the mudroom. I froze. My heart ticked a little faster, but my brain tried to rationalize. Maybe Robert forgot something. Maybe he came back early. "Robert?" I called. No answer. I stood slowly. My Garmin vibrated on my wrist. A reminder to hydrate. Stupid. I didn't even realize the thing was about to track my last moments. I stepped into the hallway. My socks made no sound on the hardwood floor. The house was unnaturally quiet. That kind of quiet that sinks into your bones. Then I saw him, Robert, standing in the mudroom. But not like someone who'd forgotten his keys. He was still. Too still. His expression was blank. Flat. And then I saw the gun. What are you doing?" I whispered. He didn't speak. He just raised it. My instinct was to run. But where? It's not like in the movies. There's no perfect cover, no slow motion. There's only fear, raw and electric. I turned. I ran toward the kitchen. The first shot hit me in the side. It didn't feel like the movies either. No dramatic fall, no sudden blackout. It felt like burning, white-hot and blinding. And then, I couldn't breathe. I collapsed against the fridge, hands pressing to my abdomen, blood already soaking through my sweater. I remember the color. Bright red. Too bright. I looked up and screamed, "Robert, stop, please, what are you doing?" He just stood there. Tears blurred my vision, and something inside me knew. This wasn't rage. This wasn't heat of the moment. He had planned this. He had waited for the perfect window, when the kids were gone, when no one would hear. He wanted me out of the way. Clean. Final. I tried to crawl. I didn't even realize my watch was logging every movement, every heartbeat. My heart rate spiked past 160, then 170. The numbers didn't matter then, but later, they would matter, to a jury. I made it to the hallway. I remember pulling myself up using the table leg. I was sobbing now. I wasn't crying for me, I was crying for the boys. "Don't do this. Don't leave them without a mother," I begged. And that's when he walked over calm as ever and put the gun to my head. I saw his eyes. There was nothing there. No guilt. No doubt. Just calculation. And then, the second shot. Everything went black. But here's the thing. My story didn't end when I hit the floor. Not yet. Because while my pulse faded, my Garmin didn't. It was still tracking. It logged every second. My heart rate surged, then slowed. It recorded when my body jerked during the struggle, when I dragged myself 10 feet across the floor, when I slumped to the ground. It even recorded the exact moment everything stopped. 7 a.m. That timestamp would later rip his alibi to shreds. Meanwhile, Robert was setting the stage. I wouldn't know this, of course, but the police report would later describe it in detail. He staged a break-in, smashed the back window with a hammer wrapped in a towel. He tied himself to a chair in the study with duct tape, poorly. The tape barely clung to his skin. His wrists were barely marked. His face had a faint scratch, probably self-inflicted. Then he made the call. "1, what is your emergency?" "Oh my God, help. Someone broke in. He shot my wife. I'm tied up. Please hurry." His voice? Shaking, hysterical, almost convincing, almost. The police arrived within minutes. They found him in the study pretending to struggle against the tape, eyes wide like some badly rehearsed actor. He was sweating, but not from fear, from nerves. They found me in the kitchen, dead, blood pooling, under me, already starting to cool. The boys' soccer coach would later confirm Robert dropped them off at 9:45 and left alone, said he was in a hurry. By noon, Robert was giving his statement at the precinct, sticking to his story, said he returned home to grab his laptop, said he heard glass break, went to investigate, and was jumped by a man in a ski mask. Said the man tied him up and waited for Claire to get home before shooting her. Detectives were skeptical. The story was neat, too neat, and the lack of forced entry? Inconsistent. But they had no solid proof yet. Then they bagged my Garmin. At first, it was just a piece of jewelry. Evidence cataloged, photographed, tagged, but it would soon become something more. It would become my voice. The voice that screamed through silence. That exposed him. That made sure justice wasn't just a word. Back at the house, news spread like wildfire. A murder in Westfield? People were stunned. We were the ideal couple, the kind of family people envied. Moms from the boys' school were calling, texting, organizing meal trains, crying on Facebook. Everyone was terrified that a killer was still out there, but he knew better, because there was no killer out there. The killer was right there, playing the grieving husband, wiping his eyes for the camera, posting black and white pictures of me on Instagram with captions like "You were my world." He was already calling the insurance company 3 days later. 3 days, $750,000. But the insurer flagged it, froze the payout. Something about the timing felt off. And then came the Garmin report. That's when everything changed. I didn't get to watch the aftermath unfold, but I've read the reports, I've heard the whispers, seen the footage. If a person's story can be told by the living after they're gone, then mine began to speak in binary. Beats per minute, steps logged, GPS pings, all feeding into a picture that no one, not even Robert, could erase. Detective Maria Salgado was the one who first doubted him. She'd worked homicide in Union County for 12 years. Seen real grief, seen real crime scenes. And when she stepped into my kitchen, saw my body sprawled on the tile, she knew something didn't add up. No forced entry, no signs of a struggle, except near me. But not near Robert. No broken furniture. No blood on him. Her partner, Detective Ron Arkin, took one look at Robert and muttered under his breath, "This guy's too clean." Still, protocol was protocol. They didn't arrest him. Not yet. They logged evidence, snapped photos, interviewed neighbors. They boxed up every piece of my life like it was just another file in a long list of tragedies. Except there was one thing they didn't overlook. My Garmin smartwatch. It was on my wrist, still powered on, still logging. They bagged it and sent it to their digital forensics lab in Newark. The guy assigned to it, Kyle Harding, was young, brilliant, and obsessed with data. He'd worked fraud cases before, but never a homicide. When he pulled the logs, he stopped cold. Claire Mercer's heart rate peaked at 10:42 a.m., he told Detective Salgado the next day. Then it spikes irregularly for another 23 minutes. Movement data shows she was walking, crawling, at least trying to move, until 11:05. That contradicts Robert Mercer's timeline completely. Detective Salgado raised an eyebrow. He said she was shot around 10:30. You're telling me she was still alive 35 minutes later? Alive, and fighting like hell. Meanwhile, Robert was back home, or what was left of home, staying with his sister in Scotch Plains. Publicly, he was grieving. Privately, he was unraveling. Detectives asked him to come in for a follow-up interview. "You said Claire got home at what time again?" Salgado asked, recorder clicking softly in the background. "Around 10:20. I heard the door. Then I heard her scream. The guy he shot her. It happened so fast," Robert replied, eyes red-rimmed but dry. She leaned forward. "Robert, do you wear a smartwatch?" He blinked. "What?" "A fitness watch. A Fitbit, Garmin, Apple Watch?" "No, I don't." "Why?" She smiled gently. Claire did. Silence. Then, "I didn't really pay attention to that stuff." "Why does it matter?" "It's a lot more helpful than you'd think." The next week was a slow unspooling of lies. The forensic techs went through the security footage from the neighborhood. No masked man entered or exited. The glass from the broken door? All inside, indicating it was broken from within. The duct tape? The adhesive still clean on the edges, never fully pressed. His injuries? Minor. Surface level. A few scratches. A small bruise on his thigh. Nothing that lined up with a supposed struggle with a violent intruder. But it was the Garmin that destroyed his timeline. In court later, the prosecution would play it like a horror film. Exhibit 117, the prosecutor, would say, "Heart rate data from Claire Mercer's watch. Note the sharp spike at 10:42 a.m. Her heart rate reaches 174. Then movement is recorded across 3 zones of the house, the kitchen, hallway, and mudroom, until 11:05 a.m., when her heart activity ceases completely." Even the jurors gasped. But back then, in the early days of the investigation, that data became the first solid crack in Robert's story. They didn't arrest him yet. They just watched. And Robert? He kept digging. 3 days after my death, he called Guardian Life Insurance to claim the $750,000 policy I had through my firm. He tried to sound distraught on the call, even let his voice crack. She didn't deserve this. I just want to take care of our boys. The insurer flagged the call. Standard policy in a homicide. Claims are frozen pending investigation. Still, the fact that he even called that soon raised eyebrows. At the same time, Detectives Salgado and Arkin followed the money. They subpoenaed our joint accounts. That's when they found the wire transfers. Robert had been quietly siphoning funds, small amounts at first, then larger ones. Over a 6-month period, he drained nearly $120,000 from our savings into an account in Delaware. That account was in the name of Lena Willoughby. She wasn't fake. She was his mistress, and she was 8 months pregnant. The investigators drove down to Wilmington, found her in a townhouse I'd never seen, cradling a baby bump. She looked surprised to see the badges. When they asked about Robert, she hesitated. He said he was separated, that his wife was unstable, suicidal. They asked when she'd last seen him. Tuesday, she said. That was the day after my murder. She showed them texts. Tuesday, 7:48 p.m. It's done. We'll be together soon. Be patient just a little longer. Back in Westfield, the case was reaching critical mass. They seized Robert's phone, found deleted texts, restored them. They searched his cloud storage, found backups of financial documents in my name with forged signatures. They opened his laptop, found an unsent email draft addressed to my financial firm with a fake resignation letter. From Claire. It wasn't just murder. It was identity theft. It was fraud. It was premeditation, down to the last detail. When they finally arrested Robert on January 8th, 2020, he didn't resist. He was calm, like he'd already rehearsed this moment. They charged him with first-degree murder, fraudulent wire transfer, evidence tampering, insurance fraud, obstruction of justice. The mugshot made the front page of the Star Ledger. The caption read, "Husband of slain woman charged after fitness tracker, reveals timeline inconsistencies." People were shocked I wasn't. I wasn't there to sit in the courtroom. I didn't hear the clatter of heels on polished marble floors, or feel the sterile chill of courtroom air conditioning. But I was present. In every photograph, in every file, in every second of data pulled from my watch. They couldn't bury me quietly, not when truth was bleeding through the silence. The trial began on March 14th, 2022 in Union County Superior Court. The building was flanked by television trucks and news anchors rehearsing lines in front of cameras. Headlines had already run. Wild, fitness tracker evidence key in Claire Mercer murder trial. Husband charged in chilling tech-aided homicide. Robert walked into court, clean-shaven, wearing a dark gray suit, his tie perfectly knotted, his expression appropriately solemn. His defense team flanked him, led by one of Newark's high-priced criminal attorneys, Richard Whitman, known for defending executives in white-collar crimes. But this wasn't a white-collar case. This was murder, and I had left behind too much for him to scrub away. The prosecution came out strong. Assistant District Attorney Elaine Porter, a woman in her early 50s with the precision of a scalpel and the presence of a storm, laid it out plainly. This case is about a woman who saw through the lies, a woman who wanted a better life for herself and her children. Claire Mercer was on the verge of freeing herself from a man who had a second life, a second family. And on November 14th, 2019, he silenced her. Not in a moment of rage, not in an accident, but with cold calculation. Whitman, the defense attorney, took a different tone. He painted Robert as a broken man, a grieving husband, unfairly targeted by aggressive detectives and unreliable tech. What we have here is a tragedy that's being twisted into theater. A man who lost his wife is now losing his freedom. Based on heart rate data? Based on assumptions? The state's case rests on pixels and theories. We'll show you the real story. The jury sat stone-faced. 12 men and women, some older, some younger. One man looked like he hadn't blinked since opening statements began. The prosecution began with the forensic team. Kyle Harding, the digital analyst, took the stand with quiet confidence. He broke down the Garmin data slide by slide. At 10:42 a.m., Claire Mercer's heart rate spikes. We observe erratic accelerometer data consistent with movement, crawling, stumbling between rooms in the home. At 11:05, all movement stops. No heart rate, no steps. That's when she died. Not at 10:30, as Mr. Mercer claims. Whitman tried to pick holes. Couldn't the watch have malfunctioned? No, sir. The data matches with timestamps from the home Wi-Fi. It was synced automatically. There's no evidence of any error. Next came Detective Maria Salgado. She detailed the inconsistencies, the loosely applied duct tape, the shallow injuries on Robert, the broken glass patterns. This wasn't a break-in, she said, her voice firm. It was a performance, one we've seen before, just never with this kind of data. Then came Claire's sister, Julia. Julia sat with a trembling jaw and a crumpled tissue in her fist. She looked straight at Robert when she spoke. Claire told me she was scared. She was planning to leave him. She found out about another woman, another baby. She told me, I need to protect the boys. That was the last thing she said to me. Her voice cracked on the stand. So did a few jurors' faces. They brought in an expert who tried to discredit wearable tech. Heart rate monitors in consumer. Devices can be off by up to 20%, he explained. They're not medical grade. But Ada Porter shut that down during cross. Off by 20% still puts her alive long after Robert's timeline. Unless your theory is that the watch imagined her walking into the mudroom. Whitman also leaned heavily on a neighbor's testimony, an elderly man who claimed he heard shouting around 10:15. But under cross-examination, he admitted he wasn't sure if it was that day or the day before. Then came Robert himself. He chose to testify it was a risk. He took the stand with a rehearsed humility. I love my wife. I still do. I didn't hurt her. I was attacked too. I don't know who did it. But it wasn't me. He teared up, looked over at the jury like a man begging for air. For a moment, even some spectators seemed moved. Until cross-examination, ADA, Porter stood slowly. Mr. Mercer, you filed for a $750,000 life insurance payout 3 days after Claire's death. Did you think she'd want that money to go to the woman carrying your second child? The courtroom stilled. Objection, Whitman snapped. Withdrawn, she said, smiling. Let's talk about timing instead. She pulled up a slide showing Claire's movement data from her watch. Here is Claire Mercer at 10:59 a.m., walking into the kitchen. You testified she was dead by 10:30. So, which of you is lying? You or the dead woman's heartbeat? By week 3, the weight of evidence felt suffocating. The prosecution ended with a simple truth. He thought he was smarter than her, smarter than all of us. But Claire Mercer's heart told us the truth, minute by minute, step by step. You don't need to trust us. You just need to trust her. And her watch never lies. The defense gave their final plea, but it was thin, desperate, half-hearted. The tide had already turned. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours. Guilty of premeditated murder, of wire fraud, of fabricating a crime scene. The judge sentenced Robert to life in prison without parole. The courtroom didn't cheer. No applause, just an overwhelming sense of gravity. Julia held our boys close. Noah didn't cry. Ethan did. I don't blame him. They lost their father in the same moment they lost me. Twice betrayed, twice abandoned. But they were safe now. That mattered. Reporters said it was a landmark case, the first time a fitness tracker formed the backbone of a murder conviction. Lawmakers started drafting legislation about biometric data in criminal court. I'd become a cautionary tale, a legacy, but All I ever wanted was to raise my boys in peace, to breathe free, to walk away from the lies. There's something no one tells you about grief. Not the books, not the therapists, not the friends who mean well but can't look you straight in the eye after it all falls apart. Grief doesn't just show up with the funeral. It doesn't knock politely. It moves in, stretches out on the couch, rummages through your drawers. It stays. After the sentencing, the cameras left. The reporters moved on to the next breaking tragedy. There were no more headlines about Claire Mercer. The trial was over, the monster caged. For most people, that meant the story ended. But for my sons, it had only just begun. Noah was 10. Ethan had just turned 8 a month before I died. They were boys who had once run barefoot through our backyard chasing fireflies in the summer, who cried when the Giants lost and sang too loud in the car. That night, when I tucked them in, they didn't know it would be the last time. When Child Protective Services came to the house, Robert was already in custody. The boys were led out the front door with backpacks too big for their shoulders, faces pale, holding hands. My sister Julia met them at the precinct, arms wide open, trying to be brave for them while breaking inside. They went to live with my parents in Summit, back in the home where I'd grown up, the house with the creaky stairs and the mint green porch swing. The room that used to be mine was cleared out, turned into a bedroom for Ethan. Noah got the guest room, the one with the bookshelves and old hockey trophies from my brother's high school days. The first few months were hard. Ethan had night terrors. He'd scream for me in the middle of the night, sobbing so hard he'd throw up. My mother would hold him in the rocking chair for hours, whispering lullabies I used to hum when I was a girl. Noah became silent. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He just stopped talking. He communicated in drawings, crayon sketches of our house, of me, sometimes of a faceless figure with black scribbles for eyes. Julia found them a therapist, someone patient and gentle who let them talk when they were ready. The sessions started slow. Play therapy, sand trays, puppets. But eventually, little by little, they began to open up. Ethan talked about the sound of the sirens, about how the police wouldn't let them see me, about how his dad had blood on his hands. Noah finally asked the question that had been sitting like a stone in his chest. Why did Dad do it? There was no simple answer. How do you explain betrayal that deep? How do you explain that the man who packed their lunches and tucked them in with Star Wars stories was capable of murder? My parents told them the truth in small pieces, that I'd been trying to leave, that their father had been living a lie, that I'd loved them more than anything and I'd fought to protect them until the very end. For years, I'd carried the weight of his lies, trying to hold our family together. But eventually, I realized that protecting them didn't mean staying. It meant leaving, and I'd almost made it. I'd started paperwork for divorce. I'd contacted a custody lawyer. I'd even opened a separate savings account, my own escape plan. I wasn't naive. I just didn't think he'd kill me. The prosecutors released my smartwatch back to my family. Julia kept it in a drawer for months. She said she couldn't look at it, couldn't bear to touch the thing that had become my final witness. But one night she took it out and held it in her palm. The band still smelled faintly of my perfume. That was the moment she cried. Not at the funeral, not at the verdict, but right there in her kitchen, holding a piece of me that had kept time until the very end. Strangers wrote letters to the family. Some shared stories of their own, of surviving abusive marriages, of escaping controlling spouses. Others just wanted to say they were sorry, that they wished they could have done something. Lawmakers in New Jersey proposed the Claire Mercer law, a bill that would make biometric data from personal devices more formally admissible in court, provided it met certain verification standards. Privacy advocates raised concerns, but victims' rights groups pushed back harder. The law passed quietly, almost unanimously. Robert appealed his sentence in 2024. It was denied. He now spends 23 hours a day in a maximum security cell at East Jersey State Prison. He writes letters to his sons, but they go unread, stored in a box in the basement of my parents' home. Maybe one day they'll read them. Maybe they'll want answers. Maybe they'll just want to know if he ever said sorry. Noah turned 15 last month. He's taller than Julia now, plays soccer, and is terrifyingly smart. Like me, but quieter. Ethan's 12. He's the loud one. He bakes when he's anxious. He still calls Julia Aunt Jules, even though she's basically mom now. They visit my grave every year on November 14th. Julia never forces them. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. But on my birthday this year, Noah left a note folded into a paper crane. It said, "I miss you every day. I'm okay now. You can rest. I think I did the best I could. I wasn't perfect, I didn't see it coming soon enough, but I fought like hell once I did. I left behind enough breadcrumbs for the truth to find its way out." That's the thing about murder. It's not just one moment. It's the aftermath that bleeds through years. But so does love. Love survives in the soft places. In Ethan's cinnamon rolls, in Noah's paper crane, in Julia's worn-out lullabies. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what remains. It's been 5 years. Time does something strange when it's wrapped around grief and healing. It stretches and folds in on itself, tucking away pain in the corners, but never quite erasing it. Sometimes it feels like everything happened yesterday. Other days it feels like another lifetime. The boys are doing better than anyone expected. Noah just started his freshman year at Rutgers. He chose psychology, which surprised no one. He says he wants to help kids who've been through trauma. He doesn't talk much about what happened, but when he does, it's with clarity beyond his years. There's no bitterness in his voice, just truth. He's growing into a man I would have been proud to know. Ethan still lives at home with my parents. He's 17 now, works part-time at a local bakery, and is saving up for culinary school. He wants to open a small cafe someday and call it Claire's Kitchen. Julia tried to talk him out of naming it after me, said it might be too much. He shook his head and said, "She deserves to be remembered." Julia stayed. Through the court hearings, the therapy appointments, the hard mornings when Ethan didn't want to get out of bed. She never married, never brought anyone home. She said loving those boys took up every part of her heart, and she was okay with that. She wears a silver necklace now, a locket with my picture on one side and the boy's photo on the other. As for Robert, he remains a ghost behind bars. No parole. No visitors. No name spoken aloud in the Mercer house. The world moved on without him. He made sure of that the day he chose control over love. He thought killing me would end my story, but it only wrote the beginning of his end. Claire, Mercer didn't die quietly. My death echoed. Through GPS logs and heartbeat data. Through courtroom testimonies and school art projects about the bravest person I ever knew. My story lived on in the laws that changed, in the women who left abusive homes because they heard mine. You never think your life is going to become a cautionary tale. I was just a woman trying to leave a bad marriage, a mother who didn't want her sons to grow up thinking fear was normal. I didn't want to be a hero, I just wanted peace. But if my story saves even one life, just one, then maybe it was worth it. If you're reading this, if you're feeling stuck or scared or silenced, I hope you remember this: truth finds its way out. Even if it has to come through a wristband, a courtroom, or the voice of a child. And love, real love, leaves marks that no bullet can erase. This is where the story ends. But it's not the end of everything. Somewhere, there's a boy baking cinnamon rolls, a teenager giving advice that sounds like something I'd say, a locket worn close to a steady heartbeat, and in those things, I still live. My first day at Thompson's Family Market in Briarwood felt like a scene from one of those old movies that play late at night on the local TV station. You know the kind, a small-town grocery store, the kind where everyone knows your name, and the air smells like freshly baked bread, apples, and that familiar musty scent that only old buildings can have. I was just 19 years old, saving up for college, and I figured it was a simple job. Nothing too exciting. Just a few hours behind the register, stocking shelves and chatting with the locals who came in for their daily essentials. It was a quiet morning when I arrived, the bell above the door chiming as I stepped inside. Ben Thompson, the owner, was a tall, broad-shouldered man in his mid-50s, with a permanent tan from years spent working outdoors. He looked up from behind the counter, his smile warm and tired at the same time. His graying hair and slightly wrinkled face showed the years of hard work, but he still had that glint in his eye that made him seem like someone you could trust. "Hey there, Riley," he greeted, offering a firm handshake. "Glad you could make it." I returned the handshake, excited yet a little nervous. "Thank you for hiring me, Mr. Thompson. I'm really looking forward to working here." Ben led me behind the counter and showed me where everything was. "All right, kid, you'll mostly be on the register, but there's some stocking to do at the end of the day, too. Just follow the routine and you'll be fine. The regulars like their routine around here." The place felt like it had been stuck in time. The wooden floors creaked with every step, and the shelves were full of familiar old brand goods. It was the kind of store where you could buy everything from canned beans to hand-knitted scarves. It wasn't flashy, but it was charming in its own way. Ben finished up with the usual instructions and then paused. "Oh, I should probably give you a heads up about the cold spots near the dairy section. Weird thing. They never really fixed the insulation in that area. Don't let it freak you out, it's nothing." I gave him a puzzled look. "Cold spots?" Ben shrugged. "Yep. You'll feel it when you walk through. It's like stepping into an old refrigerator for a second. No idea why, but it happens every night, don't mind it." I nodded, assuming it was just the quirks of an old building. What I didn't know then was that those cold spots weren't just an oddity of poor insulation. They were a sign of something darker. As the hours passed and customers came and went, I got the lay of the land. The regulars were exactly as Ben had described. Friendly, down-to-earth folks who came in for their milk, bread, and occasional gossip. There was Martha Lewiston, the cashier who worked the evening shifts, a sharp-eyed woman in her late 40s who wore her hair in a tight bun and had an unshakable aura of "I've seen it all." Martha was friendly enough, though a little strange. After a while, she pulled me aside when no one was around and muttered, "You'll get used to it. But don't say I didn't warn you about Annie." "Annie?" I asked, trying to catch my breath. "Who's that?" Martha looked around to make sure no one was listening before speaking in a low voice. "Annie Whitaker. She was the original owner's daughter. Vanished in 1956. Just disappeared one night after a robbery at the store. People say she never left. Her ghost still haunts this place." I froze for a moment, not sure how to respond. Was this some kind of joke? But the way Martha looked at me with her eyes wide and her voice steady told me she wasn't kidding. "Annie's ghost? Still here?" I repeated, mostly to myself. "Some folks say they've heard her footsteps, or smelled her perfume. Lavender, like she used to. Where? I've seen some things myself," she added, her voice trailing off. I wasn't sure if I believed her, but I couldn't help but get this chill down my spine as I thought about it. It was hard to shake the image of a ghostly figure walking the aisles in the dead of night, watching over the store as if it were her own. Later that night, as I was stocking the shelves alone after the last customers had left, I began to notice strange things. First, the milk cartons were stacked in perfect pyramids every Monday morning. They hadn't been that way when I left for the day, I was sure of it. And then there was the register. Sometimes, for no reason at all, it would ring up $19.32. No one ever remembered entering that amount, and it wasn't part of any transaction I'd processed. Carlos Mendez, the stocker who worked late at night, chuckled when I asked him about it. "Annie's just checking your math skills," he said with a grin. He seemed to enjoy playing into the whole ghost thing, but there was something unsettling about how casual he was about it all. I laughed nervously and shrugged it off, figuring it was all just coincidence. But the milk pyramids, the random price, and the strange cold spots, something about it gnawed at me. I had always been a skeptic, but that night, as I cleaned the register and glanced toward the dairy section, I couldn't help but feel watched. The store was quiet. Too quiet. As the clock ticked toward closing time, I began to feel uneasy, as if the place had taken on a life of its own, one that didn't quite fit into the cozy atmosphere I had first imagined. When I locked up for the night, the cold spots by the dairy were stronger than ever. I didn't pay them much attention, but as I passed the freezer aisle, I heard a door slam shut behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned around, expecting to see someone. Maybe a customer who had gotten lost in the aisles, or maybe a rat running through the store. But there was nothing. I quickly grabbed my things, my breath coming in short gasps, and hurried out of the store, telling myself it was just my imagination. But when I got home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still watching me. As I lay in bed that night, trying to get some sleep before my next shift, I wondered if Martha's stories were more than just spooky tales. Something about that store, about Annie, didn't sit right with me. But then again, I was probably just tired, adjusting to the weird hours and the small-town life. That's when I heard the soft, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps. I didn't sleep much that night. The footsteps I heard weren't a figment of my imagination. They were real, and they echoed in my mind long after I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't the kind of sound you would expect from an old house settling. No, this was different. It was like someone had walked past my bedroom door, heels clicking softly on wood floors, even though I knew no one was there. The next morning, I woke up groggy and unsettled, trying to convince myself that it was all just the product of too much stress, too many new things happening all at once. I had to push the eerie thoughts aside. I was working again that evening, and I needed to focus. The day went by quickly, but as the hours dragged on, I couldn't shake the anxiety that tightened in my chest. The store wasn't a creepy place during the day. Far from it. The warm sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow over the neatly stacked shelves of cereal, canned goods, and produce. The customers were friendly, exchanging pleasantries with me as they picked up their groceries. But as the sky outside darkened and the last few customers trickled out, I felt it again. The familiar chill in the air, the kind that crept into your bones without warning, the cold spots, and the feeling of being watched. Martha was still working the shift before mine, and as the last of the customers left, she gave me a knowing look. "You still hear those footsteps?" she asked, almost too casually. I swallowed hard, not wanting to admit the truth. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to brush it off. She chuckled, but it was more a sigh of resignation than anything else. "You will. Believe me, you will. It's the way it always starts." I didn't ask her what she meant by that. I didn't want to know. As the night shift began, the air in the store felt different, heavier. The overhead fluorescent lights hummed, their buzzing the only sound breaking the silence. I was busy restocking the cereal aisle when I noticed something odd. There was a bottle of lavender-scented dish soap sitting on the shelf, one I hadn't seen before. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I realized it was the same scent Martha had described, the one Annie supposedly wore. The bottle was slightly displaced, like it had been knocked over recently, but I couldn't remember anyone picking it up. I bent down to put it back in place, but my fingers froze when I saw the price tag. $19.32, the same amount I had seen on the register before. A shiver ran up my spine as I straightened up and looked around. No one was in the aisle. No one was near the shelf. But I couldn't shake the nagging thought that something wasn't right. The store, which had always felt warm and familiar, now seemed suffocating. The cold spot near the dairy section was more pronounced than ever that night. As I passed the refrigerator doors, I felt a sharp, icy breeze blow across my face. It felt unnatural, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in a second. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked around, half expecting to see someone standing there. But no one was in sight. The seconds stretched into minutes. I stood, frozen, wondering if I should turn around and leave the store, go home and forget this whole thing. But something deep inside me told me I needed to stay, that I needed to see it through. I tried to focus on the work, but every creak of the floorboards, every rattle of the freezers made me jump. The footsteps that I had heard the night before, the scent of lavender, the feeling of being watched, they were all starting to pile up into something I couldn't ignore anymore. The store, I realized, wasn't just haunted by Annie's ghost. It was as if the entire place was alive with her presence. It wasn't until later that night, around 2 a.m., that I saw her. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The store was dimly lit, shadows stretching across the aisles, and I had been working for hours. But no, this was real. I had just finished stocking the canned goods aisle when I caught sight of something out of the corner of my eye. A figure, small, thin, and dressed in an old-fashioned 1950s dress. She was standing by the end of the aisle near the basement door. The woman looked just like the description Martha had given me. Dark, wavy hair, and a pale face. But what struck me most was her stillness. Her eyes were fixed on the basement door as if she were waiting for something. I froze. My heart started pounding in my chest as I realized the ghostly figure was staring at the locked door. The basement door. The one that hadn't been opened in decades. I didn't know what to do. I should have been terrified. I should have run out of the store. But something about her, something in the way she looked at the basement, made me stay rooted to the spot. The woman turned her head slightly, as if she sensed me watching her, and then, in a voice no louder than a whisper, she spoke. "Help me." The words were barely audible, but they cut through the silence of the store like a knife. They were simple, desperate, and full of sorrow. It was a plea, not just for help, but for closure, for something that had been lost for far too long. Without thinking, I walked toward her, my body moving on its own, my feet dragging me closer to the basement door. The air grew colder with every step, and I could feel my breath fogging in the frozen space around me. The figure raised her hand, pointing directly at the door. I followed her gaze. She was gone. In an instant, she disappeared like smoke dissipating into thin air. But the basement door was still there. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the rusty handle and pulled. The lock gave way with a loud snap, and the door creaked open. The stairs leading down to the basement were steep and narrow. The air in the basement was musty, filled with the smell of old wood and something else, something metallic. As I descended, the light from the store's overhead, lamps barely illuminated the space, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended deeper into the darkness. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small room. The floor was covered in dust, and the shelves were stacked with old boxes of supplies, things no one had bothered to touch in years. But it was what I found in the far corner that made my stomach drop. There, beneath a pile of old crates, was a blood-stained ledger. The leather-bound book was cracked and torn, but the pages inside were still legible. And on one of those pages was a transaction that made my blood run cold. $19.32. It was the exact amount that had appeared on the register, the same amount that had been stamped on the bottle of lavender-scented soap. The ledger's pages were marked with smudges of blood, and the ink had faded in places. But the name was still visible. Annie Whitaker. The same name that had been etched into the store's history. The same name Martha had told me about. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Annie hadn't just vanished, she had been murdered. And this ledger, this record of a transaction, was the key to everything. I stared at the page for what felt like hours. The ghost, Annie, had led me here for a reason. She had wanted me to find the truth that had been buried beneath this store for over 60 years. As I reached out to touch the page, a cold wind blew through the basement, ruffling the dust and sending a shiver down my spine. I looked up, expecting to see her again, but there was nothing, only the oppressive silence of the basement. But I didn't need to see her anymore. I had found what she wanted me to find. The store's ghost was no longer a mystery. It was a tragedy, one that had been hidden in the shadows for too long. And it was time for me to make sure that Annie's story was finally told. The room felt like it was closing in on me as I stood there, staring at the blood-stained ledger. The air was thick with dust and a stifling sense of foreboding, like the very foundation of Thompson's Market had been built on a lie. Annie Whitaker's death, her disappearance, had never been an accident. It had never been a simple case of a missing girl. No, it was a murder, and the ledger I held in my hands was the damning evidence. But it wasn't just the transaction that bothered me. It was the amount. $19.32, a number that had been appearing on the register for years, haunting the cash register, reminding me of something I couldn't yet fully grasp. Why that amount? Why had it been so important that it had persisted for decades, silently, marking the anniversary of Annie's death year after year? I turned the page, carefully running my fingers over the brittle paper. The edges were frayed and torn, and the ink had faded with time, but I could still make out a few more names and numbers. Some of the entries were dated, most of them in the months leading up to Annie's disappearance in 1956. Each transaction seemed mundane at first: sales, purchases, ordinary business dealings. But as I flipped through the pages, I started to notice patterns. The name Teddy Rourke appeared several times, always alongside amounts that seemed strangely out of place. 1932 was a number that kept cropping up next to his name, and I began to wonder if it was more than just a coincidence. It wasn't just a number, it was a message. I thought back to the conversation with Martha. The thief was never caught, she had said, her words now echoing in my mind. Annie's death wasn't just about the robbery, it was about something more sinister, something buried deep in the past. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping up my spine. Was it possible that the person who had killed Annie was still walking around Briarwood, living in the shadow of her death? And who exactly was Teddy Rourke? The name didn't ring any bells, but I had a feeling it wasn't just some drifter passing through. He was connected to something darker, something that ran deeper than I could imagine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as the realization hit me. I had to know who Teddy Rourke was, and the only place to start was the town archives. Left the basement reluctantly, locking the door behind me as I made my way back to the main floor of the store. The eerie atmosphere that had settled in the store's quiet aisles made me uneasy, but I forced myself to push through it. I had answers to find, and I wasn't about to let some ghostly presence stop me. I grabbed my jacket, the cool air biting at my skin as I stepped outside into the crisp night. The moon was high in the sky, casting a pale, silvery glow over the streets of Briarwood. It was a peaceful town, almost too peaceful, but tonight the calm seemed like a lie. The kind of lie you tell yourself to feel safe when you know deep down that something is very, very wrong. The town's archive was just a short walk away, nestled in the corner of the public library. The building was old, one of those brick structures with ivy creeping up the walls, its windows glowing faintly with the warmth of the lights inside. The town's history was buried here, tucked away in dusty files and weathered shelves. I didn't know what I was hoping to find, but I had to try. When I pushed open the door to the archive, the faint smell of old paper hit me. Rows of shelves lined the walls, filled with yellowed newspapers and records of Briarwood's past. It was quiet inside, the only sound the rustle of pages as the librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Dufresne, worked behind the front desk. "Good evening, Riley," she greeted me without looking up. "What can I help you with tonight?" I hesitated for a moment. "I'm looking for information on a man named Teddy Rourke. Do you have any old records or articles about him?" Mrs. Dufresne paused, her head lifting in surprise. "Rourke? That name hasn't come up in a long time. He used to work around here, but that was a long time ago. We have some old police reports, though. Let me pull them for you." She led me to a back room where the most delicate and oldest records were kept. The air in there felt colder, and I could swear that even the walls themselves held the weight of history. Mrs. Dufresne pulled out a file from one of the drawers and handed it to me with a quiet smile. "Here you go. This should have the information you're looking for." I sat down at the nearest table, carefully opening the file. The first thing I saw was a newspaper clipping from 1956, detailing the robbery that had occurred at Thompson's Market. There was mention of Annie Whitaker, the daughter of the market's original owner, Ben Thompson. It was a short piece offering little more than the details of the crime. A man had broken into the store late at night, confronted Annie, and somehow she had disappeared without a trace. The thief had stolen a small sum of money, but most importantly, Annie was gone. There was no mention of any suspect, no leads. The case had gone cold almost immediately, and the investigation was closed. The file was sparse, and my stomach twisted, as I flipped through more pages desperate for answers, but nothing stood out. The name Teddy Rourke didn't appear in any of the reports. I was about to give up when a small scrap of paper fell out from between the pages. It was a handwritten note, faded with age. It read, "Teddy Rourke, known drifter, was seen leaving Briarwood shortly after Annie's disappearance. Police questioned him. No charges filed." That was it. The only clue I had. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. The piece of paper felt like a dead end. It didn't give me any new information, and yet it felt significant. The fact that Rourke had been questioned but not charged was strange. Why was he considered a suspect? Why wasn't there more follow-up? Something didn't add up. I looked over the file again, my fingers tracing the words. Was Rourke the one who had killed Annie? Had he really disappeared from town so easily? Or had someone helped him vanish? And why had he left Briarwood so suddenly? Suddenly I felt a chill sweep through the room, and I looked up, my breath catching in my throat. For a split second I thought I saw her, Annie. Her pale face was peering out from behind the shelves, her eyes wide with fear. But before I could react, she was gone. My heart raced as I scrambled to gather the papers. I had to leave. I had to get back to the store. The night air felt colder as I stepped back outside, but it wasn't the weather. It was the weight of the truth that was beginning to settle over me. I didn't have all the answers yet, but I was getting closer. I had one last lead, and it would take me deeper into the town's past and into the heart of Annie's murder than I had ever imagined. The night was thick with unease as I walked back to Thompson's Market. The breeze had picked up, sending an eerie rustling through the trees lining the street, as though the town itself was whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. The file from the archive weighed heavily in my hands. The revelation about Teddy Rourke had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. The fact that he had been questioned and then released, as if nothing had happened, was more than suspicious. It was a glaring oversight by the police, and the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that Rourke was involved in Annie Whitaker's disappearance, and likely her death. But what was his connection to the market? Why had he been there? The more I pondered these questions, the more tangled the threads of this mystery seemed to become. I made my way back through the darkened streets, the flickering streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. Briarwood was a small town, the kind where everyone knew everyone else's business, but somehow Annie's death had slipped through the cracks. I couldn't help but wonder if people had been too willing to ignore the truth, too eager to let it fade into the background. As I reached the market, I was startled to see a figure standing in the dim light near the back entrance. It was Carlos, the night stalker, his silhouette barely visible against the backdrop of the alley. "Riley," he greeted me in his usual easygoing tone. But there was something off about the way he said my name, something guarded. "You heading inside?" "Yeah," I replied, my voice slightly shaky. "I was just at the archives, trying to dig up some more information on the whole Annie thing." Carlos raised an eyebrow. "Did you find anything interesting?" I hesitated before answering, trying to collect my thoughts. "You could say that. I think I'm getting closer to the truth, but there's still so much more I don't understand." Carlos was quiet for a moment, his eyes shadowed by the dark. Then he glanced around as though ensuring no one else was listening. "You should be careful, Riley. Some things around here, they don't stay buried. Some people would rather you not uncover the truth." I was taken aback. Carlos had always seemed like the type to make light of things, to joke around. But this wasn't a joke. His words held an underlying seriousness I couldn't ignore. "What? Do you mean? What's going on, Carlos?" He shifted his weight uneasily. "Look, I've worked here for a long time, longer than you might think, and I've seen enough strange things happen in this store to know that there's more to Annie's disappearance than the cops ever said. You're right to keep digging, but be prepared. Some of the people who were around back then, they're still around. They've got a lot to lose if you start asking the wrong questions. My heart skipped a beat as I processed his words. What do you mean, Carlos? Who's still around? He paused, glancing over his shoulder again before speaking, in a hushed voice. I can't say much, but I'll tell you this. Teddy Rourke wasn't just some drifter passing through town. He was involved in something bigger than you know. Something that might explain why Annie had to be silenced. And it's not just the ghost of Annie that haunts this place. It's the people who want to make sure the past stays buried. I felt a chill seep into my bones, not from the cold, but from the weight of his words. This wasn't just some unsolved mystery. It was a conspiracy. The more I uncovered, the more it felt like I was unraveling a carefully guarded secret. One that someone was desperate to keep hidden. Carlos's voice dropped even lower. If you want to know more, you should talk to Martha. She knows more than she lets on. She's been here long enough to see the truth, even if she won't admit it. I nodded, my mind racing. Thanks, Carlos. I'll talk to her. As Carlos disappeared into the shadows, I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what he had said. Someone wanted the past to stay hidden. But why? What were they afraid of? Was it possible that the same people who had been involved in Annie's death were still around, still watching over Thompson's Market? And what was their connection to Teddy Rourke? I knew I couldn't do this alone. I needed to talk to Martha. She had been there long before me, and if there was anyone who knew what really happened, it was her. I made my way inside the market, the door creaking as I pushed it open. The familiar scent of old wood and stale air filled my nostrils, and the hum of the refrigerator units in the back seemed unusually loud in the silence of the late hour. I found Martha behind the counter as usual, her face lit by the soft glow of the register screen. She looked up when I entered, a knowing look in her eyes as if she had been expecting me. You're back late, Riley, she said, her voice soft but steady. You find anything interesting? Yeah, I replied, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of thought spinning in my head. I think I'm getting closer to understanding what happened to Annie, but I still don't have all the answers. I need to ask you something, though. Carlos said you might know more than you've been letting on. Martha's expression shifted just for a moment before she masked it with a smile. Carlos likes to talk, he always has. But if you really want to know the truth about Annie, I'll tell you. But you need to understand something first. Not everyone around here wants that truth to come out. Some people have a lot to lose. I swallowed hard, bracing myself. I understand. But I need to know. I have to know what happened to her. Martha studied me for a long time before speaking. Annie wasn't just a sweet girl who worked here. She was involved in something dangerous. She knew something she shouldn't have known, and she paid the price for it. She paused, and I could see her jaw tighten, the years of regret and fear weighing on her. There was a deal going on, one that had nothing to do with groceries. Annie got caught up in it when she started asking the wrong questions about Teddy Rourke. He was more than a drifter. He was part of something bigger, something that had ties to organized crime. And when Annie found out, she became a liability. They couldn't let her live, so they killed her. But not before making sure she knew exactly what was at stake. My heart hammered in my chest as I absorbed the gravity of her words. Annie had been murdered because she knew too much, because she had uncovered something that someone wanted kept secret. And that secret was connected to Teddy Rourke. But what was the deal? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Martha shook her head. I don't know all the details, but I know it had something to do with money, dirty money, the kind that doesn't come from selling apples and milk. And Teddy Rourke was the link. He worked with people who had the power to make sure no one would ever find out what happened to Annie. I felt sick to my stomach. And the 1932? What does it mean? Martha looked at me, her eyes filled with sorrow. That was the amount Annie discovered was missing. It wasn't just stolen from the register. It was a payment, a bribe, something that tied the store to whatever was going on behind the scenes. It wasn't just a coincidence, Riley. Annie knew that amount was important. That's why she was murdered. I I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The truth was out there now, but it wasn't over. The people behind Annie's death were still out there, and they would stop at nothing to protect their secrets. "Thank you, Martha," I said quietly. "I'll make sure Annie's story is told." Martha nodded, her face pale in the dim light. "Be careful, Riley. The truth is dangerous." I left the market that night knowing the past would never be fully buried. The truth had been uncovered, but at what cost? Some things, it seemed, would never stay hidden, not in Briarwood and not in Thompson's Market. And the price of that, truth, might just be more than I was ready to pay. The next few days felt like a blur, the pressure building inside me as I pieced together what I had learned. Each step I took seemed to draw me deeper into a world I had never wanted to enter, but now I had no choice. The truth about Annie's death, and the people behind it, was right in front of me, but exposing it was not going to be easy. I couldn't trust anyone, not completely, not even Martha, despite her confession. I had to be careful. Every move I made could bring me closer to the answers I was searching for, but it could also draw attention from those who had worked so hard to keep everything hidden. The feeling that I was being watched never left me. Even when I was alone at home, I couldn't shake the thought that someone might be tracking my every move. The quiet streets of Briarwood, once so familiar and comforting, now felt like a trap, a place where I couldn't hide. It was late on a Tuesday evening when I received the first real threat. I had just finished my shift at the store and was locking up when I noticed something strange on the front counter. A small package wrapped in brown paper sat there. There was no note, no indication of who had left it, just the package itself. I hesitated before picking it up, my mind racing. It could be nothing, or it could be a warning. I looked around the store, but everything seemed quiet. No one was there. No one had entered or exited since the last customer left over an hour ago. Yet, there it was. My pulse quickened as I tore open the paper, revealing a single item, an old photograph. It was black and white, faded with age, showing a group of people standing in front of Thompson's Market, smiling for the camera. But there was something off about it. In the background, almost hidden in the shadows, I could make out a familiar face. It was Annie Whitaker. Her smile was small, almost too small, and her eyes seemed distant, as if she were looking at something beyond the frame. But what caught my attention the most was the date scribbled in the corner, 1956. The year she disappeared. Felt a chill run down my spine. This was no ordinary photograph. Someone wanted me to see it. Someone wanted to remind me of what I was digging into, and more importantly, they wanted to remind me of the price of uncovering the truth. I immediately thought of Martha. Had she known this was coming? Was she involved in the game that had been played for so many years? Or was she just as much of a pawn as I was, caught in the web of corruption that had plagued this town for decades? I shoved the photo into my bag and quickly locked the store. The streets of Briarwood were eerily quiet as I made my way home. Every sound felt magnified. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant hum of a car engine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me, but when I turned around, the street was empty. The next day, I couldn't bring myself to go into work. The photograph lingered in my mind, haunting me with its silent message. Instead, I spent the morning trying to piece together the information I had gathered. The letter from Teddy Rourke was still on my mind, but I knew that it alone wasn't enough. It wasn't the whole story. There was something bigger at play here, something deeper than just Annie's death. It had to do with the power structures in this town, the people who had been pulling the strings all along. I spent hours digging through old town records, visiting the library, searching for anything that could connect the people I had already identified to the disappearance of Annie Whitaker. But the deeper I dug, the more I realized how deep the corruption ran. Old names kept popping up, families with deep roots in Briarwood, people who had money, power, influence, and all of them had ties to Thompson's Market or to Teddy Rourke. That afternoon, I decided to visit the town's historical society. The building was old, nestled on the edge of town, its windows covered in dust. The smell of old paper and leather-bound books hit me as soon as I walked in, and I immediately felt like an intruder. The librarian, a woman named Mrs. Hawthorne, looked up from her desk and gave me a polite but wary smile. "Can I help you, young man?" she asked, her voice soft but stern. "I'm looking for records related to Thompson's Market," I said, trying to sound casual. "Anything from the 1950s, particularly about the Whitaker family." Mrs. Hawthorne's eyes narrowed, but she didn't say anything. She simply motioned for me to follow her into the back room. The shelves were filled with thick, dust-covered books and boxes labeled with faded writing. She pulled a box from the top shelf and set it on a table. "These are the records for that period," she said, her voice almost a whisper. "I'll leave you to it. Just be careful. Some things, they're better left undisturbed." Her words lingered in the air as I opened the box. The first few documents were nothing more than lists of purchases and sales, the kind of routine paperwork any small business would keep. But then, buried underneath a stack of invoices, I found something that made my stomach drop. A letter, typed on yellowed paper, signed by none other than Ben Thompson, the current owner of the store. The letter was addressed to a man named Frank Blackwell, who, according to the records, was a prominent figure in town during the 1950s. I quickly skimmed through the letter, but the words burned into my mind. "Annie knows too much. If she keeps asking questions, she'll find out things we aren't ready for her to know. We can't afford to lose her, but we can't afford the trouble she'll cause either. We have to stop her." The letter was dated just a few days before Annie's disappearance. It was clear now, Ben Thompson had been involved. He wasn't just the victim of some tragedy, he had been complicit. The threads were starting to tie together, but I had no idea how deep the rabbit hole went. I left the Historical Society that day with a growing sense of dread. It wasn't just about Annie anymore. It was about the people in Briarwood, the ones who had kept the truth hidden all these years. Ben Thompson wasn't the only one involved. There were others, people with power, people with secrets, and they would stop at nothing to keep those secrets buried. When I got home, the phone was ringing. My heart skipped a beat as I answered it, half expecting the worst. "Riley," a voice said on the other end. It was Martha. Her voice was shaky. "You need to stop, please. You're getting too close. There are people watching you. They know what you're doing." I felt my stomach turn. "Martha, what do you mean? What are you talking about?" "They know," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "They know you're looking into Annie's death. They're not going to let you find out the rest. Please, Riley, just stop before it's too late." I stood there, frozen, the weight of her words pressing down on me. I didn't want to stop, not now. But deep down, I knew she was right. If I kept pushing, if I kept digging, there would be consequences. I had already seen a glimpse of that, and I couldn't ignore the fear that gripped me. But I couldn't turn back either. I had come this far, and Annie deserved justice. No matter what it cost me, I couldn't let the people who had killed her get away with it. "I can't stop now," I said, my voice steady despite the fear I felt. "I'm going to finish this. For Annie. For Briarwood." I hung up the phone and stared out the window, knowing that there was no going back. The truth was out there, and I was going to find it no matter the cost. I moved to Pinecrest, Oregon, in the summer of 2021, just after finishing my first year of nursing school. The small town, nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, seemed like the kind of place where everyone knew each other and life moved a little slower. That was the charm of it, peaceful, quiet, and unhurried. The only real traffic was the occasional deer crossing or a truck carrying fresh produce to the local grocery store, Miller's Corner Market. I found a small apartment above a cozy little cafe downtown and thought, this is it. This is my fresh start. But even in a town like Pinecrest, fresh starts don't always come easy. I had student loans piling up, and nursing school was as expensive as it was demanding. So I started looking for a part-time job to cover the bills and keep my head above water. That's when I stumbled upon Miller's Market, a place that had been a staple of the town for generations. I still remember walking into the store for the first time. It smelled like fresh bread and cinnamon, a welcoming scent that lingered long after you left. The shelves were stocked with all kinds of local goods, from homemade jams to fresh-cut meats. I had heard about the place from my neighbors. Everyone in Pinecrest swore by the homemade pies, especially the apple turnovers. Ed Miller, the owner, was a gruff but kind man in his early 60s. He welcomed me with a firm handshake and offered me a job on the spot, his graying mustache twitching as he smiled. "You're hired, Jamie. I'll show you the ropes. Start tomorrow," he said. I didn't hesitate. I needed the money, and the work seemed simple enough. Restocking shelves, helping customers, and occasionally assisting Hank Reynolds, the butcher, with his duties. I had no idea then that walking into Miller's Market would lead me into a story far darker than I could ever imagine. On my first day, Ed gave me a brief rundown of the job, but there was one thing he warned me about that stood out. He leaned in close, lowering his voice. "Don't mind the flickering lights," he said. "It's just the old wiring. This building's been here since the 1950s. It has its quirks. You'll get used to it." I nodded, smiling, trying to shake off the slight unease in my stomach. It wasn't unusual for an old building to have a few electrical issues. But then Hank Reynolds, the butcher, a grizzled man in his 50s, overheard our conversation and threw in his 2 cents. "That's not the only thing," Hank said, his voice low and gravelly. "Some say Sarah still comes around. You'll know her if you're here long enough. She's a bit of a night owl, you know." I raised an eyebrow. "Sarah?" "Yeah, Sarah Miller. Ed's wife," Hank said, looking at Ed, who had already turned to walk away. "She was murdered in the store back in 1989. No one ever found the guy who did it. Some say her spirit still hangs around. Comes in at night, rearranges things. Moves the canned goods, messes with the freezer doors. Don't worry, though, she's not harmful. Just unsettled." I had heard rumors about Sarah's death, rumors that had been whispered among the locals for years. "A robbery gone wrong," they said. Sarah was killed during the robbery and the thief got away without a trace. The case was never solved. But the way Hank talked about it, it didn't feel like just another ghost story. By the time my second week at Miller's Market rolled around, I was getting used to the rhythm of the place. Mornings were busy with customers grabbing coffee and breakfast pastries. Afternoons were quieter, with the locals stopping in for their weekly groceries. But there were things about the store that still felt off to me. For one, every morning at exactly 3:17 a.m., the coffee machine would start up on its own. I'm not talking about a slow, gradual startup either. It was as if someone was there, pressing the buttons, preparing for a fresh pot of coffee. And it wasn't just the coffee machine, it was the cold spots in the produce section. No matter the season, no matter the temperature outside, there was always a small pocket of ice cold air by the fresh fruits and vegetables. I'd be restocking apples or oranges and feel the chill run through me. It wasn't just the air, it felt like something was watching. Luisa Garcia, the stock clerk who'd worked at Miller's Market for years, noticed me rubbing my arms one day after the cold spot hit. "Sarah likes her coffee black," Luisa said with a grin. "And she's always around when the air gets cold. Don't worry, she's harmless. Just a little unsettled, I guess." At night, the store took on a different atmosphere. The flickering lights weren't the only thing that unsettled me. I started noticing other oddities. One night, when I was working late alone, I heard soft whispers coming from the bread aisle. I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but when I checked the aisle, the sound stopped. There was no one around, just the usual quiet hum of the store. Then the smell of rose perfume wafted through the air. Just a faint trace of it, but enough to make me pause. I didn't know much about Sarah Miller, but Hank had once mentioned that her favorite perfume was a rose scent. I chalked it up to the weird energy of the store. Old buildings sometimes carried strange smells, but it felt too real, too personal. That night, the freezer door in the back storage room started to creak open. I went back to check on it, expecting a mechanical malfunction, but the door was still perfectly intact. It had just opened on its own. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things or if there was something more to it. But that's when I started to wonder if Sarah Miller's ghost had something to do with it all. And if she did, what was she trying to tell me? One evening, as I was closing up, I stayed a little longer than usual. I had volunteered to lock up that night, something that seemed routine at first, but felt increasingly sinister as the night wore on. At exactly 2:45 a.m., when the store was dark and empty, I saw her. A woman in a faded blue dress standing at the front register. Her hair was dark, and her features were soft, almost ethereal, but unmistakably clear. She looked at me with a calm intensity and then, with a slow, deliberate motion, pointed to the storage room. I froze. The storage room was a place employees avoided. It was dark, cramped, and filled with old supplies and broken equipment. But it was also where the butcher's knives were kept, where Sarah Miller's blood had been spilled that fateful night in 1989. Everyone knew the legend of her murder, but no one talked about it much. It was a tragic event that still haunted Pinecrest. Some said Sarah's spirit never left the market because justice was never served. But now, standing in front of me, the woman in the faded blue dress was pointing directly to that storage room, and I knew I had to go in. What I found inside changed everything. In the farthest corner of the room, behind a stack of old ledgers and boxes of expired canned goods, I found something hidden. A blood-stained apron tucked away and left to rot with the years. Next to it was a folded-up newspaper clipping, yellowed with age, about Sarah Miller's unsolved murder. The headline read, "Local woman killed during store robbery, suspect still at large." But the most chilling discovery was a broken pocket watch. It was engraved with the initials JT. I didn't know it then, but that pocket watch would soon become the key to unlocking the mystery of Sarah Miller's death. I took the watch, the apron, and the clipping to the police the next morning. The rest, as they say, is history. But that's just the beginning of the story. The real truth was far darker than I could have ever imagined. The morning after I discovered the blood-stained apron, the newspaper clipping, and the pocket watch, I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the store had changed. It wasn't just the oddities that had been happening. Those had been creeping me out for weeks. No, this felt like something deeper, like I was uncovering something I wasn't supposed to know. I didn't go straight to the police, though, not immediately. I sat on the floor of my small apartment for hours, staring at the pocket watch, the way the tarnished metal caught the light, as if it were alive. It had belonged to someone named JT. Those initials had to mean something. The rest of them evidence. Sarah's apron, the old newspaper article, had set the wheels turning in my head. This wasn't just a tragic robbery gone wrong. This was something bigger, something planned. I needed answers, and I wasn't about to wait around for someone else to give them to me. I took the items to the police the next morning, feeling the weight of what I was about to do. As much as I wanted the mystery of Sarah Miller's death to be solved, I couldn't ignore the gnawing suspicion that I was somehow connected to it now. After all, Sarah's ghost had pointed me to the storage room. I'd found those clues. Was I just a pawn in some cosmic game, or was there more to this? When I arrived at the Pinecrest Police Department, I wasn't expecting much. Small towns like this don't get a lot of action, and I figured I was probably just another curious local with an overactive imagination. But the officer on duty, a woman named Officer Rachel Hayes, seemed intrigued the moment I handed her the pocket watch. This doesn't look like something you'd just find lying around," she said, running her fingers along the engraving. "Where did you find this?" I explained everything. The strange occurrences at Miller's Market, the whispers, the cold spots, the way Sarah's ghost seemed to be leading me to the truth. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I couldn't help the sense of urgency that was rising in me. I needed to know what had really happened to Sarah and why. Officer Hayes was quiet for a moment, her eyes focused on the watch as though it were a clue to a long-forgotten riddle. Finally, she spoke. "Do you know who JT is?" she asked. I shook my head. "I was hoping you could tell me." She put the watch down on her desk and grabbed a manila folder from the drawer. I watched as she flicked through some old paperwork, muttering to herself. Finally, she stopped on a page and looked up at me. "Joe Tierney," she said. He was a former employee of Miller's Market. He worked there for a few years, but he was let go just weeks before Sarah was murdered. The story goes that he had a bad temper, got into a few altercations with other employees, and was eventually fired. But we never connected him to the murder, at least, not directly. The name hit me like a ton of bricks. Joe Tierney, JT, the initials on the watch, the former employee, the one who was fired just before Sarah's death. It didn't make sense at first. Why would someone fired from the store be connected to Sarah's murder? But the more I thought about it, the more it began to click. Joe Tierney had been on the inside, had access to the store, had probably known Sarah. And now, after all these years, he seemed to be the missing link. I felt a chill run down my spine as Officer Hayes pulled up a mugshot of Joe Tierney on her computer. His face looked nothing like the young man I'd imagined. He was older now, grizzled with a heavy beard and a steely glare. His eyes seemed to stare straight through the screen. Tierney was never caught, Officer Hayes continued, clicking through more documents. We didn't have enough evidence to tie him to the crime, but there were rumors. He had a lot of connections in town, people who were afraid of him, and we never got a clear motive. Until now, it seemed like a botched robbery, nothing more. I sat back in the chair, my mind racing. Was I really about to uncover a conspiracy? Was Joe Tierney responsible for killing Sarah Miller all those years ago? And if he was, why had he never been caught? I stayed in the police department long after Officer Hayes had left for the day, poring over the files she'd let me look at. There was nothing definitive linking Joe Tierney to the murder, but there were certainly hints. The timing, the fact that he had been fired just weeks before Sarah's death, the strained relationship he had with his coworkers, all of it pointed in one direction. The next day, I went back to Miller's Market. I didn't have a clear reason for being there. I just felt like I had to go. It was as if the store itself was pulling me back. When I walked through the front door, the bell above it chimed softly, and the familiar scent of fresh bread and cinnamon filled my senses. But today it felt different. There was an air of tension that I couldn't shake. Ed Miller was behind the counter, his eyes crinkling in a tired smile when he saw me. "Back for more pies?" he joked, but I could tell he was distracted. His face was drawn, his movements stiff, like he hadn't slept in days. "I actually came by to talk to you about something," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "About Sarah." At the mention of his late wife's name, Ed's face went pale. His smile faltered, and for a moment, I thought he might faint. He leaned on the counter, his hands trembling slightly. "You shouldn't be bringing that up, Jamie," he said quietly, almost pleading. "Sarah's death, it's in the past. We've all moved on." "I don't think you have, Ed," I said gently. "Not if you're still working here. Not if you've been living with the ghost of what happened. I've been looking into it, and I think I've found something. I found something in the storage room." I reached into my bag and pulled out the newspaper clipping, the blood-stained apron, and the pocket watch. Ed's eyes widened as I placed the items on the counter. He didn't touch them, just stared at them with a kind of fear I hadn't seen before. "I don't know how you got those," he said hoarsely, "but you need to stop. You don't understand what you're messing with, Jamie." "Tell me what happened, Ed," I urged. "Please, I need to know. Sarah deserves justice." Ed looked around nervously, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Joe Tierney," he muttered. "It was him. But I didn't know. Not until after. He said he'd never hurt Sarah, that he was just there to help. But I should have known. I should have known." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Ed's face contorted with regret. His eyes filled with something darker, something I couldn't quite place. I didn't know what Joe was capable of, but Sarah, she knew. She was scared of him. I didn't want to believe it. But when she died, I couldn't go to the police. I couldn't let them know what had happened. I didn't want to lose the market. I didn't want the town to think I was involved. I stared at him, piecing it all together. Ed had known. He had known something about Joe Tierney's involvement all along, but had kept quiet. For years. He hadn't gone to the police because he feared the truth would ruin everything. But now it was all falling apart. The pieces were in place. "I've seen her, Ed," I said softly. "Sarah's ghost. She's been trying to tell me something. She wants justice." Ed's face drained of color. "You've seen her? The ghost? You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have gone digging. You have to stop. It's too late for that now." I shook my head. It's never too late for justice. That was the moment I knew I had to finish what I started. No matter how dark it got, no matter how deep I had to dig, I wasn't backing down. Sarah Miller's spirit had led me this far. And now, I was going to finish what she had started all those years ago. The days after my conversation with Ed Miller blurred together. The ghost of Sarah Miller had become more present in my life than I could ever have imagined. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw her, standing in the corner of the store, her faded, blue dress swaying as she pointed toward the storage room. Each time I stepped into Miller's Market, the air seemed to thicken, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even when I was alone in the store. The cold spot near the produce section, which I'd grown used to, felt more pronounced now, more insistent. Every time I walked by, I could feel an invisible hand brushing against my skin. The whispers in the aisles had gotten louder, clearer, more like words than the indistinct murmur of wind. By the end of the week, I found myself staring at the storage room door more than ever. It was a place no one liked to go. The lights there were dim, the air thick with the smell of stale cardboard and old cleaning supplies, but it was the place where I'd found the blood-stained apron and the broken pocket watch. It was the place Sarah's ghost had pointed me to. The same storage room where, according to the gossip I'd overheard, Joe Tierney had been fired from. The store years ago, just weeks before Sarah's death. I tried to get answers from Ed, but he had clammed up. The moment I mentioned the storage room, he became defensive. He acted like a man hiding something too big to admit, like a man on the verge of being consumed by his own guilt. It was clear that he didn't want to dig up the past. I understood why. He had his reasons, and whatever they were keeping him locked in his silence. I couldn't afford to back down, though. The more I learned about Joe Tierney and Sarah's murder, the more I realized I was tied to this story in a way I hadn't expected. The feeling in my gut told me that I had to finish this. For Sarah, for myself. One evening, after my shift, I decided to do something I had been putting off for days. I was going to go into the storage room by myself. I knew it was probably foolish, that I might be walking into something dangerous, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that the answers I needed were locked behind that door. As I walked toward the storage room, I could feel the temperature drop around me. The familiar cold spot in the store had grown stronger in recent days, but tonight it was unbearable. My breath came out in visible puffs as I reached for the handle. I hesitated for a second, taking a deep breath before I turned the knob. The door creaked open, its rusty hinges protesting as I stepped inside. The room smelled exactly how I remembered it, musty and stale, a strange mix of mildew and old cleaning supplies. I flicked on the light switch, but the bulb only flickered for a moment before dying altogether. I could feel the darkness closing in around me, and despite my resolve, a wave of dread swept over me. I took a step forward, my heart racing in my chest. The storage room was a mess as usual. Old boxes piled up haphazardly in every corner, and a faint trail of dust lingered on the shelves. But my eyes immediately landed on the back wall, where a few boxes had been moved, as if something had been hidden behind them. I swallowed hard, knowing that whatever I found back there could change everything. My fingers trembled as I moved the boxes aside, revealing a small, hidden compartment in the wall. It wasn't large, maybe just big enough to hold a few personal items, but something about it felt wrong. I crouched down, my knees creaking, and reached inside. The first thing I pulled out was a small black notebook, its pages yellowed with age. I opened it carefully, scanning the cramped, hurried handwriting inside. It was hard to read at first, the ink smudged in places, but I could make out enough to understand that it belonged to someone named Joe. It was a journal, his journal to be exact. The writing was chaotic, filled with disjointed thoughts, fragments of his life. There were entries about his time working at Miller's Market, about his resentment toward Ed Miller, and about his frustrations with Sarah. One entry caught my eye immediately. I can't stand her anymore. She's always in my way, always telling me what to do. She thinks she can control me, that she can take away everything that's mine. I'll show her. She doesn't know what she's dealing with. My blood ran cold. I had found the smoking gun. Joe Tierney had been angry, desperate, and willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. I flipped through more pages, each one more disturbing than the last. He had been keeping track of his anger, his obsession with Sarah, and his deepening resentment of Ed. But as I neared the end of the journal, I found something even more chilling. The last few pages were filled with rambling thoughts about revenge. He wrote about how Sarah had crossed a line, how she had been too good for him, how he couldn't stand the way she looked at him. And then, the final entry was simple and terrifying. She'll pay tonight. I sat there, frozen, the notebook heavy in my hands. The realization hit me like a slap in the face. Joe Tierney had planned Sarah's murder. This wasn't some random act of violence. He had intended to kill her all along. The robbery had been a cover, an excuse to do what he had wanted to do for months, and Ed must have known. He had known something wasn't right, but he hadn't done anything to stop it. I didn't know what to do with this information. Part of me wanted to rush to the police to show them the journal, but I knew it wasn't that simple. There was still so much I didn't understand. So many unanswered questions. What was Ed's involvement? Had he been protecting Joe? Was he still protecting him? And if so, why? My thoughts were interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. I could feel a presence like someone was standing just behind me, watching me. Slowly I turned, half expecting to see Sarah standing in the doorway, her pale face staring at me with those hollow eyes. But there was no one there. I didn't wait around to investigate further. My pulse was racing, my hands clammy, as I stuffed the journal and the rest of the evidence into my bag. I quickly exited the storage room, my mind in a frenzy. There was no turning back now. I had to confront Ed. I had to get answers, no matter what it cost. But when I reached the front of the store, Ed was nowhere to be found. The lights flickered, casting long shadows across the aisles. The store felt wrong, haunted, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. I couldn't help but wonder if I was being watched again, if Sarah's ghost was still with me, urging me to do something, to make sure justice was served. The store was quiet now, too quiet. Something was coming, and I wasn't sure I was ready for it. The air in Miller's Market was thick with tension when I came in for my shift the next evening. It was as if the store had a heartbeat of its own, pulsing with an uneasy energy that I could feel deep in my chest. The lights flickered again, and the familiar chill settled near the produce section, though I couldn't make sense of it. The whispers were louder now, filling the aisles as though the very walls were whispering the secrets they'd held for decades. I'd hardly slept the night before. After finding Joe Tierney's journal, I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant, about how close I was to unraveling the truth. My hands shook with the weight of the evidence, the undeniable proof that Joe had been planning Sarah's murder all along. It felt like I was being dragged deeper into a story that wasn't mine to tell, yet I couldn't turn away. I had to finish it. For Sarah. For the truth. Ed was in his office when I arrived, a fact that didn't surprise me. He rarely spent time on the floor anymore. He had always been a quiet man, but lately he'd become even more withdrawn, as if he was trying to hide from something or someone. I walked past his office without making eye contact, my mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. I could feel the weight of the journal in my bag, heavy against my side as if it were pulling me toward a confrontation I wasn't ready for. The store was relatively quiet for a Tuesday night, the typical hum of customers absent. Hank Reynolds, the butcher, was doing his usual rounds in the back, and Luisa Garcia, the stock clerk, was busy sorting boxes of canned goods on the shelves. The store felt eerie, as though the silence wasn't a natural stillness, but a lull before something dangerous. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned a corner, I half expected to see someone standing there, but when I looked, there was no one. The air seemed to buzz with an energy I couldn't explain, and I felt as though I was moving through a fog, like my footsteps weren't my own, like I was being led somewhere by an invisible force. The clock ticked on, but I couldn't stop staring at the back of the store. The storage room, the place I had uncovered the journal, the blood-stained apron, and the broken pocket watch. The place where Sarah's ghost had led me. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept returning to that room, to the truth that was buried there. I couldn't understand why Ed hadn't done anything, why he hadn't turned in Joe, why he hadn't stopped Sarah's murder from happening. I could almost hear his voice in my head, telling me not to ask questions, not to poke at the past. But I couldn't let it go. Sarah's death wasn't just some cold case. It was a story with real people, real lives, and I was a part of it now, whether I liked it or not. Around midnight, as I was organizing the aisles, the lights flickered once again, this time more violently than before. I paused, staring up at the bulbs above me. The hum of the lights was louder now, an almost mechanical buzz that seemed to vibrate in the walls. My stomach twisted in anticipation, but I tried to shake it off. It was just old wiring, right? Just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew that whatever was happening in this store wasn't a coincidence. I glanced over at Luisa, who was still working, her back turned to me as she rearranged cans of soup. She didn't seem to notice the change in the air, the way the temperature dropped around us. It was as if she were in a different world, one where nothing supernatural existed, where the past was forgotten. Then came the sound. It was faint at first, but I could hear it clearly. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing from the back of the store. I froze, my blood running cold. It wasn't Hank. His footsteps were heavier, more distinct. This was lighter, like someone walking on the balls of their feet, cautious but purposeful. I turned toward the back of the store where the sound seemed to be coming from, my heart hammering in my chest. My breath came in short bursts, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and then I heard a soft whisper, like a voice calling my name. Jamie. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, my mind trying to make sense of what was happening. The store was empty, there was no one else back there, but the whisper was clear, almost familiar, like it was someone I knew, someone I should recognize. But I couldn't place it. I forced myself to move, to take one step, then another, toward the back of the store. The footsteps started again, just as faint as before, but this time, they were leading me toward the storage room. My pulse raced. There was no way I was going in there alone, not after everything that had happened, not after everything I'd uncovered. But I couldn't ignore it. I had to know what was going on, had to figure out why Sarah's ghost was still here, why the store felt like it was alive with a secret that had never been revealed. As I reached the storage room door, I stopped. The whisper had stopped too. The store was dead silent, the air thick with tension. I reached for the handle, my hand trembling as I touched the cold metal. It was like the room was waiting for me to make the next move. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking loudly in the stillness. The room was dark, but I could see the faint outline of the shelves, the boxes stacked high against the walls. It was colder in here than it should have been, the temperature dropping rapidly the moment I stepped inside. The air felt dense, oppressive, as if something was pressing in on me from all sides. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. But there was something else, a noise, a soft rustling, as if someone was moving in the shadows. I called out, my voice trembling. "Hello?" No answer. Just the rustling. It was coming from the far corner of the room, the same corner where I'd found the blood-stained apron and the pocket watch. I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting with dread. Slowly, I moved toward the corner, each step feeling heavier than the last. And then, just as I reached the spot where I'd found the evidence, the lights flickered again. This time they stayed off. The room plunged into darkness, and that was when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh, as if someone was exhaling in the dark. The rustling stopped, replaced by the faint sound of footsteps. Lighter now, closer. I wasn't alone anymore. The darkness in the storage room was suffocating. It pressed in on me from all sides, and my breathing felt shallow as I strained to hear the faint rustling sound that had stopped when I'd called out. I felt the air shift around me, cold and dense like it had weight. I froze, unable to move, my legs heavy, my heart thumping painfully in my chest. My instincts screamed at me to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something kept me rooted to that spot, something pulling me deeper into the mystery, deeper into the past that had never been allowed to breathe. The footsteps came again, soft and cautious, but close enough now that I could almost feel the presence behind me. I tried to steady my breath, trying not to let panic rise in my chest. The silence after that second rustle was almost worse than anything, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then I saw it, the faintest glow, a shadow in the darkness, flickering in and out of sight. I wasn't sure if it was my eyes adjusting to the dark or something more, something otherworldly. But there in the farthest corner of the storage room I could see her, the figure of a woman standing still, her face obscured in shadow. I felt my pulse quicken again. She wasn't just a figment of my imagination. She was real. Sarah. The name slipped from my lips before I could stop it. A whisper of sound that felt too loud in the stillness of the room. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the shadow shifted, and the figure took a step forward, slow and deliberate. My legs felt like they were filled with concrete, but my feet seemed to move on their own, taking me closer to the woman, drawn in by some force I couldn't understand. She was standing by the stack of old boxes, the same place where I'd found the blood-stained apron, the pocket watch, and the newspaper clipping. She had on a faded blue dress, just like the one I had seen in the blurry photographs from years ago. Her skin was pale, almost translucent in the low light, and her dark hair fell around her face in tangled waves. Her eyes, dark, empty, met mine, and for the first time I could hear the whispers like 1,000 voices tangled together, fading in and out. "Sarah," I said again, my voice more firm this time. The woman didn't speak at first, but her lips moved slightly, like she was trying to say something. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, only the same suffocating silence. And then, I heard it. A voice, clear and distinct, but barely a whisper. "Find the truth," it said. "Find the truth, and you'll set me free." I stumbled back a step, my heart thumping in my chest. The room seemed to close in on me. I wasn't sure if I could trust my own senses anymore. The room felt colder, and the air seemed thicker. I tried to breathe, but it was like I couldn't get enough air. I reached for the small flashlight in my pocket and flicked it on, pointing it toward the figure. Sarah's face was still shrouded in shadow, but I could see now that her expression was one of sadness, as though the years had worn her down, hollowing her out from the inside. Her hands were clasped together, almost as if she were holding something tightly. I took a step toward her, almost involuntarily, my breath quickening. I needed to know what she was holding, what she wanted me to see. With a sudden movement, she raised her hand, pointing toward the pile of old ledgers and boxes. The gesture was abrupt, yet somehow gentle, like she was guiding me toward the truth that had been buried for so long. I hesitated for only a moment before I stepped forward, pushing aside the boxes that had piled up over the years. It wasn't until I moved the final box that I found it, the last piece of the puzzle. A thick folder, yellowed with age, wedged beneath a stack of old invoices. My fingers trembled as I opened it, my heart hammering as I glanced down at the documents inside. The folder contained more than just the police reports and the articles about Sarah's murder. There were letters handwritten in a familiar scrawl and photographs, photos of Sarah and Joe Tierney together, smiling at a picnic, standing side by side. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at. These weren't just casual photos of colleagues or friends. They were intimate, personal, and they told a different story. A story I wasn't prepared to hear. The letters were from Joe to Sarah, written months before her death. They were filled with anger, resentment, and promises to make Sarah pay for what he saw as betrayal. The betrayal wasn't something I could have guessed, not in a million years. Sarah hadn't just been the victim of a random robbery. She'd been the victim of a man who had once been in love with her. A man who had believed she'd cheated on him with her husband. A man who, in his twisted mind, had decided to take her life as retribution for something that wasn't even true. The final letter was the most chilling. It was written just days before Sarah's death, and it was clear from the words that Joe had planned everything. The robbery, the murder, everything had been calculated. He had known exactly when to strike, where to do it, and how to make it look like a botched robbery, and he had done it all to punish Sarah for a crime she hadn't committed. I felt the ground beneath me shift. My breath came in short, shallow gasps as the realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. Joe Tierney wasn't just a thief or a criminal. He was a murderer, and the worst part was he had gotten away with it for so long I had the proof now. The last piece of the puzzle was in my hands, and I knew what I had to do with it. I could feel Sarah's presence behind me, not threatening, but urging me on. She was guiding me, asking me to finish what she had started, to give her justice. I quickly grabbed the folder, stuffing it into my bag. The lights in the storage room flickered again, but this time I didn't wait for the darkness to overwhelm me. I ran back to the front of the store, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing. I needed to call the police, needed to tell them everything I had found, but as I reached the counter, I stopped dead in my tracks. Ed Miller was standing there, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. He hadn't been in the store when I'd first arrived, but now he was here and he was looking at me like he knew everything. Like he had always known. "Jamie," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "You don't know what you've uncovered. You don't know who you're dealing with." I felt a chill run down my spine. It was then that I realized the truth that had been staring me in the face all along. Ed had known. He had known everything. Before I could respond, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance, growing louder as they approached, and in that moment, I knew that Sarah's ghost had finally been laid to rest. Justice would be served. Miller's Market was no longer a place of mystery, but a place where the truth had been brought into the light. And as the police arrived, I knew one thing for sure. Some stories, no matter how long buried, always find a way to be told, and Sarah's story would never be forgotten again. I used to believe Monaco was a dream, gold sun bleeding into the Mediterranean, yachts gliding like ghosts across the harbor, and the scent of expensive perfume curling through marble hotel lobbies. I thought this place was my ticket to something bigger, something brighter. But I was wrong. So very wrong. I was born on Valentine's Day, 2004 in St. Petersburg, back when the winters still blanketed the city in silence, and the neon glow of Western hope hadn't yet touched our streets. My mother was a ballet instructor, my father a naval engineer who rarely made it home in time for dinner. I was the middle of three girls, always the one staring out the window longer than the rest, dreaming harder, reaching further. From the time I could walk, I was dancing. From the time I could pose, I was modeling. I started young, booking catalog, shoots for small designers in Russia, then Ukraine, then Poland. My mother came with me on most trips until I turned 17. After that, I was mostly on my own. Cheap hotels, long train rides, casting rooms full of judgmental eyes and other girls who smiled too wide and cried quietly in the bathroom. But I climbed one rung at a time. I made it onto the cover of a fashion spread in Warsaw, then a full campaign for a mid-level skincare brand in Prague. My Instagram grew. I figured I had momentum, and that was all I needed. By January 2026, I made the move to Monaco. I'd heard stories, whispers among girls backstage at runway shows, of how things worked on the Riviera. Models who made it big, who found patrons, who caught the eye of someone important and never had to worry about bookings again. It was about presence, poise, beauty. But more than that, it was about being in the right room, at the right time, with the right people. I sublet a small studio in Beausoleil, right on the border. From my balcony, I could see the ocean and the flashing lights of Monte Carlo. I started attending parties, yacht events, rooftop mixers, gallery openings where nobody cared about the art. I took selfies with the glittering sea behind me, with wine glasses in my hand and designer dresses hugging my hips. My following doubled, then tripled. That kind of image is like a drug. You keep upping the dose, chasing the high. That's when I met Luca Ferrante. He was older, maybe mid-30s, with sharp eyes and expensive shoes. He introduced himself as a talent scout for a Paris-based agency, said he had an eye for girls who could sell not just clothes but aspiration. He said I had presence. That word echoed in my mind for days. We met for coffee at Café de Paris, then again for lunch at a private yacht club. He didn't flirt. He didn't need to. He made me feel like I was on the verge of something massive. He talked about the industry with authority. He mentioned other girls he'd launched. Some had disappeared into anonymity, but a few had real careers now. Covers, brand deals, lives I wanted so badly it hurt. You need to be seen, he told me one afternoon. And not just on Instagram. The real players don't scroll, they notice who's in the room. And just like that, he invited me to the party. Delon's hosting, Luca said casually, swirling his espresso. Penthouse suite at Hotel de Paris. You'll want to be there. Henri Delon. I'd heard the name before, though I didn't really know who he was. Belgian financier, old money, older ego. Some girls said he was generous, others said he was dangerous. The kind of man who could make or break you and wouldn't hesitate to do either depending on his mood. I hesitated, but only for a second. Because in this world, hesitation is weakness, and weakness gets you left behind. I texted my sister back home in St. Petersburg around 9:12 p.m. that night. Big party tonight at the Hotel de Paris. Finally meeting the right people. I wore a short black dress that shimmered like oil under the lights, sky-high heels, and just enough perfume to be remembered. I took a few photos in the mirror before I left, posted one to my story, geo-tagged Monaco. I needed people to know I was rising. The lobby of the Hotel de Paris was as surreal as ever. Marble floors, chandeliers that dripped crystals, men in tuxedos who smelled like money. A woman escorted me to the private elevator with a practiced smile and eyes that didn't quite meet mine. The penthouse was buzzing. Music pulsed low, glasses clinked, laughter floated above it all like smoke. I recognized a few girls from castings, others I'd seen online. There were men, mostly in their 40s and 50s, talking in tight circles, watching. Always watching. Luca greeted me with a nod. "Stay close," he whispered, then disappeared into the crowd. I stayed for hours, smiling, sipping champagne, laughing at jokes I didn't understand. I remember being introduced to Delon. His gaze held a weight I didn't like. He touched my arm too long when we shook hands. Still, I smiled. Because that's what we're taught to do. At some point, things blurred. The music got louder. The room spun. Someone handed me another drink, then another. There were flashes of memory. Someone pulling me toward a bedroom, my voice rising, the edge of a glass table cutting into my hip. The last thing I remember was my phone buzzing at 2:17 a.m., a message from my sister I never got to read. Then everything went black. I don't remember how I ended up on that road, just that I woke up to pain. Excruciating, overwhelming pain. The first thing I registered was my body, the sharp sting in my pelvis. My head throbbed as if someone had cracked it open. I could feel something wet in my mouth, but I couldn't place it. I struggled to lift myself, and for a few seconds I didn't even know where I was. The ground was cold. My arms were stiff, bruised. I tried to focus, but the world around me swam. I realized I was lying on the shoulder of a cliffside road. The Moyenne Corniche, I would later find out. A cyclist had seen me there, slumped in a heap, my clothes torn, my body a mess of blood and injury. I don't remember how long I had been there. Time was a fog. I tried to move, but every shift sent waves of agony through my body. My chest constricted, and I felt like I was suffocating. I wasn't sure I could breathe, wasn't sure if I was even still alive. And then, the harsh sound of a car engine approaching, tires screeching to a stop. A man's voice. He was shouting, but his words didn't reach me. I could barely process anything. The last thing I recalled was the party. Delon's penthouse, the crowd, the drinks, the faces, and then after that, nothing. Just darkness. I heard him again, closer this time, his voice sharp with panic. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Was bending over me now, his hands trying to steady me. But I flinched at his touch, a deep instinctive reaction I couldn't control. I was a stranger to this road, to these hands, to this fear gnawing at me. The dizziness swept over me again, and everything blurred. The pain was unbearable, but it felt like nothing compared to the terror clawing at my insides. My body didn't feel like mine anymore. Through the haze, I could hear the man calling for help, his voice more frantic. My eyes fluttered open for a second, enough to glimpse a blurry face in the outline of a red car parked beside the road. The next thing I remember was being pulled into the back of an ambulance, my body crumpling against the stretcher. I didn't know how long I was unconscious. After that, I woke in a sterile white room, nothing but the constant beep of machines and the muted voices of doctors in the distance. My body was alive, but I felt far from it, disconnected in a way I couldn't explain. I was aware of my pain, my injuries, but there was something else gnawing at me, something that hadn't come together yet. What had happened? Why was I here? The doctors said I had suffered multiple fractures, a shattered pelvis, brain trauma, and signs of severe assault. They didn't tell me the rest. What had happened before I ended up on that highway? They didn't tell me about the ligature marks around my neck, the signs of a violent struggle. They didn't tell me about the missing things, the items that had once belonged to me, the phone, my purse, the jewelry, all gone. The days in the hospital were a blur. My family flew in. My sister sobbed over me, calling me a miracle, but I wasn't sure what kind of miracle I was. I didn't feel like myself anymore. I couldn't remember the faces of the people I had met in Monaco, only their stares. The silence that seemed to follow me everywhere. And then the details began to surface, tiny fragments of memory that I couldn't quite grasp, but that still haunted me. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive. But lucky? How could I be lucky when I couldn't even remember what had happened? How could I be lucky when I had been discarded like trash by the people I had trusted? The authorities initially brushed the case off. Just another accident, they said. A young girl, probably intoxicated, wandering the streets, falling. That's all they saw. A victim of her own making. A model living too fast. I couldn't accept that. Something was wrong. Something wasn't adding up, and I couldn't rest until I figured out what. The guilt gnawed at me. How could I have been so naive? Why hadn't I seen it coming? The warning signs were there. Luca Ferrante's invitations, Delon's possessive eyes, the whispers that followed him everywhere he went. The moment I had stepped into that penthouse, I had sealed my fate. They saw me as a commodity, something to be bought, broken, and discarded. But I wasn't going to be their victim. Not again. My family insisted on bringing in a private investigator. At first, I resisted. I wanted to recover, to put everything behind me. But as the days passed and I realized how little the police were doing, I knew it was the only way. The investigator, an older man named Dimitri, had the demeanor of someone who had seen too much, someone who knew the rules of this world better than anyone. He'd worked cases in Monaco before, some involving the wealthy elites who used their power like a shield. And it was in these upper circles that the truth lay. Dimitri started by tracking down Luca Ferrante, the talent scout who had promised me career opportunities, who had made me feel important. His words echoed in my head. The right people, the right rooms, the right time. I had believed him, and now I realized how dangerous that belief had been. Ferrante had gone underground after the incident. He vanished from social media, from every contact. But Dimitri found his tracks, traced his movements to a private yacht, and even to several bank transactions linked to Henri Delon. Delon. I couldn't stop thinking about him. The man who had hosted the party. The man whose house I had entered willingly, believing he would help my career. But Henri Delon was no savior. Dimitri found troubling things about him. Payments from Delon to Ferrante labeled as talent fees, red flags, the kind of thing you don't ask questions about unless you're ready to face something ugly. And there were whispers about Delon's private parties, gatherings where models were promised everything but were given far worse. The more we dug, the more we found. There were stories of women, some of whom had been brave enough to report their experiences, who had been assaulted at these parties. But none of the charges ever stuck. Delon was too powerful, too connected. He could make problems disappear, and it wasn't just Delon. There was a network of men, a group known only as the Silver Circle, a name that seemed to haunt the edges of every lead we found. Dimitri said these men were untouchable. They moved in shadows, their power extending beyond Monaco, their reach global. They used people like pawns, traded girls like commodities, and disposed of them when they were done. I began to understand the truth. I wasn't just a victim of a random accident. I had been chosen. I had been part of something bigger, a system designed to exploit young women like me. And it wasn't just Delon. It was all of them. Ferrante, Delon, the Silver Circle. They all saw something in me, something they wanted to own, control, and break. I wasn't just fighting for my body to heal anymore. I was fighting for my life, for justice. I was fighting to make sure that what had happened to me wouldn't happen to anyone else. But the road ahead wasn't easy. With every step I took to uncover the truth, there were more obstacles. Powerful, men in high places who weren't going to let their secrets come to light without a fight, and that was just the beginning. The weeks after I woke up in that sterile hospital room felt like an eternity. The pain of my injuries, of everything I had been through, was almost unbearable. But it wasn't just the physical pain that was tormenting me. It was the sense of betrayal, the knowledge that I had been targeted. I had trusted the wrong people, entered the wrong rooms, and worse, I had been blind to the dark web of power that had been operating just beneath the surface of my dream. Dimitri had made progress. He didn't waste time, and he didn't sugarcoat anything. The investigator's first step was to put together a profile of Luca Ferrante. The more we dug into his history, the more the pieces fell into place. He was a well-known talent scout in Monaco, but his reputation among industry insiders was tarnished. Ferrante was no ordinary scout. He wasn't just looking for the next pretty face for a runway show. He was scoping out young models who were vulnerable, models who could be manipulated or coerced into participating in events that were, at best, questionable and, at worst, dangerous. Ferrante had connections to every significant fashion event in Monaco, Paris, and Milan, but his influence extended far beyond the runway. There were rumors I hadn't even considered at the time, that he was one of the central figures in a larger network. A network that had been operating in the shadows for years, recruiting models not just for photo shoots or events, but for private gatherings. These gatherings were whispered about in the industry, but no one dared to speak openly. No one ever seemed to have proof. There were always denials and cover-ups, all of it wrapped in the kind of secrecy only the elite could afford. Dimitri's first breakthrough came when he uncovered several transactions between Ferrante and Henri Delon. Delon's name kept popping up, but it wasn't until we traced the money that we saw the connections clearly. The payments from Delon to Ferrante were frequent, and they weren't for photo shoots or runway shows. These were labeled as talent fees, but they were also linked to mysterious offshore accounts and shell companies. Dimitri was convinced that the money was being funneled into something more nefarious, something hidden behind a veil of secrecy and wealth. The more we dug, the more disturbing things became. Dmitri was able to track down a few other women who had attended the same private gatherings that I had been invited to. Some were older, others were younger, but they all had one thing in common. They had all been offered a golden opportunity to advance their careers, only to find themselves in terrifying situations they couldn't escape. None of them had reported anything at first. They were scared. They were ashamed. They had all been manipulated into silence by the same people, by the same network. And that network, I came to realize, wasn't just based in Monaco. It stretched across Europe and beyond, operating under the radar of the police and press. There was no clear name for it, no formal organization, but Dmitri referred to it as the Silver Circle. The name didn't mean anything to me at first, but as I began to understand how deeply entwined this group was in the high society of Monaco, I couldn't ignore it. The Silver Circle was more than just a name. It was a shadow network of wealthy and influential men who used their power to control and exploit young women. They had money, they had connections, they had impunity, and most importantly, they had silence. The deeper we went, the more I realized how insulated these men were. They were untouchable. Their wealth and influence shielded them from the consequences of their actions. Henri Delhomme was just one cog in the machine. He was a financier, but he wasn't the mastermind. There were others. Some were well-known businessmen, others were shrouded in complete anonymity. They operated in the dark, using encrypted communication and offshore accounts to move money, hide their tracks, and cover up their crimes. It was terrifying. And it was everywhere. I learned that the Silver Circle had members across Europe in London, Paris, and Milan. But Monaco, with its glittering wealth and glamour, was their playground. The rich and powerful men who lived there were untouchable. The Monaco police were either too compromised or too incompetent to take action. In many cases, they had even been paid off to look the other way. Delhomme's previous assault cases had all been mysteriously dropped. Women who had accused him and others of misconduct were left with nothing but their word against the power of the elite. I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of hopelessness. It wasn't just about me anymore. I had been a part of something I hadn't understood at the time, a part of a system that had used me and discarded me. I felt like I had become a pawn in a much larger game. They had thought they could break me, destroy my body and my spirit, but they underestimated me. I wasn't going to let them get away with it. Not now, not ever. But taking on a network like the Silver Circle was going to take more than just determination. It was going to take leverage, resources, and careful planning. Dmitri and I didn't have all of those things, but we had one crucial asset: the people who were willing to speak out. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The women who had been victims before me were starting to come forward. They were scared, yes, but they were starting to find their voices. And that was the key. One by one, they began to tell their stories. And as they did, the Silver Circle began to crumble. The media played a crucial role in exposing the truth. A French journalist, Elise Dupont, had been following the story from the beginning. She had been tipped off about the cover-up and had reached out to my family. At first, we were hesitant. We were terrified of what might happen if we went public with the truth. But Elise assured us that the story needed to be told. She had done the legwork, gathered the evidence, and she was ready to expose the powerful men behind the Silver Circle. The hashtag #ChoosJustice for Anastasia went viral. The public's outrage spread like wildfire. It was as if the truth had been hidden for so long that once it was exposed, it was impossible to stop. The media storm forced the Monaco authorities to reopen the case. The pressure from the international community was too much to ignore. But even as the pressure mounted, Delhomme remained confident. He didn't fear arrest. He had already been through this before. The justice system in Monaco, as far as he was concerned, was corrupt and pliable. But this time, it was different. This time, the people had started to fight back. I was no longer just a victim. I had become part of a movement. a movement that wasn't going to let the powerful men of the Silver Circle hide behind their money and their influence. It was a fight for all the women who had been silenced, for all the girls who had been promised fame and fortune only to be discarded like trash. It was a fight for justice. But even as the investigation continued, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than what we had uncovered. I had seen just the tip of the iceberg, and beneath the surface, there were things far darker than I could have ever imagined. The Silver Circle was just one part of a much larger, more insidious network that stretched across continents. I had survived. But the fight was far from over, and I wasn't going to stop until every last secret was exposed. I didn't sleep well anymore. The nightmares had come back in full force, but they weren't the kind I'd had before. They weren't about the physical pain I had endured, though that had been bad enough. They were about the faces I hadn't seen, the ones that were still lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. I didn't know who they were, but I knew they were powerful, and they had made me a part of their web. It had been weeks since the hashtag #JusticeForAnastasia began trending, but the media frenzy didn't bring me peace. If anything, it made everything more complicated. I was no longer just a survivor. I had become a symbol of all the women who had been used, discarded, and silenced. But in some ways, the symbol was more powerful than the real person beneath it. The world was looking at me, not as a young woman who had been brutally assaulted, but as a victim whose trauma had been laid bare for public consumption. Everyone had an opinion. Everyone had something to say. Some of the comments were supportive, of course, but others, more than I ever expected, were cruel, blaming me for what happened. The most horrific ones came from people who didn't understand the system I had been caught in, who didn't see the hidden world of exploitation that I had been thrust into. You knew what you were getting into, some said. You wanted the fame, didn't you? They didn't know how wrong they were, how naive I had been. But there was something more important than what others thought, something more important than the judgment of strangers. The case was moving forward. I was still fighting for justice, not just for myself, but for every woman who had been part of the Silver Circle's world. The deeper I got into the investigation, the more horrifying the reality became. Dmitri had uncovered more information. The Silver Circle wasn't just a group of wealthy men indulging in high-end parties. It was an intricate network of power, one that spanned across Europe and beyond. The connections were all too clear now. Henri Delon was a key player, but he wasn't the mastermind. He was a facilitator, someone who used his wealth to cover up the crimes of others to make sure the system turned a blind eye. But there was more. Dmitri was able to track down the identities of several of the men connected to Delon and Ferrante. Some of them were prominent businessmen, others were famous athletes, and a few even held political office. They used their power and influence to create a safe space for their dark activities, a space where women were little more than commodities, their voices silenced through fear and intimidation. What haunted me most was that these men didn't seem to care about the women at all. They didn't care about their dreams or their futures. To them, the women were just tools, vessels to be used and discarded. It was something I had been too naive to realize when I first arrived in Monaco. I had thought the world of high society was glamorous, full of opportunity. I had believed in the illusion. But now I saw how twisted it was. The parties, the luxury, the yachts, none of it was real. It was all a facade, a way to lure young women into a world they would never escape. The more I learned, the more the truth broke my heart. These men didn't just take what they wanted. They destroyed everything in their path. But I wasn't going to let them get away with it. I couldn't. I had already been through hell, but if I could help bring them down, if I could expose this network and make sure no other woman had to suffer the way I had, I would do it. I didn't care what it cost me. In the meantime, the pressure was mounting. The media was relentless, and Monaco's elite weren't happy about the attention. I could see it in their eyes when I walked down the street, in the whispers behind my back. I had become a threat, a symbol of everything they wanted to keep hidden. They were scared, and when powerful people get scared, They do dangerous things. Dmitri had warned me that there would be repercussions. He had always known that. This wouldn't be easy. These men had too much to lose. But the case was now too high profile to be ignored. And for every step forward we took, they took one in return, trying to silence us. Henri Delon was arrested, but it didn't feel like a victory. He was released on bail just days later, with a smile on his face and no sign of remorse. The system had failed me, and it was clear that it was going to be a long fight. The evidence was there. Dmitri had gathered it all painstakingly, but it was going to take more than just proof to bring these men to justice. It was going to take a movement. The breakthrough came when Elise Dupont, the French journalist who had been working alongside us, uncovered a crucial piece of evidence. She had been following the money trail, and this time she found something that could not be ignored. She had uncovered a series of emails that linked Delon directly to several high-profile members of the Silver Circle. The emails contained details about the women who had been recruited for these events, the amounts of money exchanged, and the men involved. But there was something else, something that could finally bring the whole network down. Elise had found a list of names, powerful names, men who were connected to the parties and events where young women were being exploited. Some of them were familiar to me, names I had heard in passing during my time in Monaco, but others were new. Dmitri and I knew that this was our chance. The list was our leverage, the key to bringing down the Silver Circle once and for all. Elise had contacted the authorities, but we knew better than to trust them entirely. Monaco had a history of protecting its elite, and we couldn't risk the possibility that they would sweep the evidence under the rug. We needed to take this to the public, to make sure the pressure kept building. We arranged a press conference. Elise was there, along with my family and several other women who had come forward with their stories. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about all of us. We stood together, united in our fight for justice. As Elise began to speak, revealing the evidence she had uncovered, I felt a mix of fear and relief. The truth was finally coming out, but it wasn't over. The men in the Silver Circle were too powerful, and they weren't going to go down easily. As the press conference came to a close, I could see the storm gathering on the horizon. The fight was far from over, and I wasn't sure what the next chapter of this story would hold, but I was ready for it. I had to be, because in the end, this wasn't just my battle. It was a battle for every woman who had been exploited, every woman who had been used and discarded by the powerful men who thought they were untouchable. I had survived, but the fight for justice was just beginning. I had seen the worst of humanity, but what came next pushed me to my limits. The weeks after the press conference felt like an endless blur. The media coverage only intensified, and while it brought public attention to our cause, it also brought out the worst in the people who had the most to lose. The Silver Circle's shadow loomed over every step I took. The threats began almost immediately, subtle at first, but unmistakable. I could no longer walk down the street without the sense that someone was watching me. It wasn't paranoia. It was a fact. Dmitri had hired extra security for me, but I could tell he was worried. The stakes were higher than ever. The men we were targeting were powerful, and now they were fighting back with everything they had. It wasn't just about me anymore. It wasn't just about justice for one young woman. It had become a fight to expose a corrupt and dangerous system. And the Silver Circle would stop at nothing to protect their world, their wealth, and their power. One afternoon, as I sat with my mother in the living room, the phone rang. It was a private number, one I didn't recognize. I hesitated before picking it up, the weight of the past months hanging over me. Anastasia Volkova? A cold voice asked on the other end. Yes, I replied, bracing myself. You think you can take us down? The voice was laced with a dangerous calm. You think we'll let you destroy everything we've built? I felt my heart race, but I didn't let fear cloud my response. You've already destroyed lives. What you're doing isn't just a crime, it's an epidemic. And we will expose you, one way or another. The voice chuckled. You don't know who you're dealing with, sweetheart. You're nothing more than a pawn. And the men you've named will never face justice. We always clean up our messes." Before I could say anything else, the line went dead. I sat in stunned silence, the weight of the threat sinking in. It wasn't the first time I'd felt their presence, but it was the first time they had come so close. They were warning me, and I knew that warning was deadly serious. My resolve didn't waver, but my instincts told me things were about to escalate in ways I couldn't control. Dmitri came by that evening. His face was tight with concern. "I heard about the call. We need to be even more cautious from now on. The people behind this, they don't play by the rules. They'll do whatever it takes to protect themselves." "I know," I replied, shaking my head. "But I can't back down. Not now. Not after everything." He nodded, though I could see the hesitation in his eyes. He had become more than just a private investigator to me. Over the months, he had become a friend, a protector. But he, too, was growing exhausted. The fight had taken its toll on everyone involved, and we were still so far from the end. Days turned into weeks, and still, no one was arrested. The pressure from the public was mounting, but the legal system seemed unwilling to act. The connections between the Silver Circle and Monaco's elite ran too deep. I began to understand the true power these men held, their ability to control, to manipulate, to make sure the laws didn't apply to them. We had all the evidence in the world, but the system was rigged. That's when the second bombshell dropped. Elise Dupont, the journalist who had been working tirelessly alongside us, was found dead in her apartment. Her death was ruled a suicide. Officially, at least. The police claimed she had jumped from her balcony, but I knew better. I knew what had happened. Elise had been a force, and she had exposed something too dangerous for the Silver Circle to ignore. I was devastated. Elise had been the driving force behind so many of the breakthroughs in the case. She had been relentless, fearless, and now she was gone. Her death was a message, one that chilled me to my core. But it was also a turning point. Elise's death pushed me into action. I knew it was time to take matters into my own hands. I had to finish what she had started. Dmitri and I sat in his office, surrounded by files and documents, our fingers stained with the names of the men we'd been fighting to expose. We knew we couldn't trust the system. If we were going to bring these men down, it would have to be outside of the law. We would have to be as ruthless as they were. Dmitri had connections, people who could get us the resources we needed. It wasn't legal, but at this point, I didn't care. I couldn't. There were lives on the line, and Elise's death had proven how far these men would go to protect their world. Over the next few days, we took the fight directly to the Silver Circle. We used the information we had gathered, bank records, emails, text messages, to start dismantling their empire from the inside. We leaked documents to the media, forcing their names out into the public. It wasn't enough just to expose them. We had to make sure they couldn't slip away, make sure they couldn't hide behind their wealth and power. It wasn't long before the police started to notice. The pressure was too great and the public outcry grew louder. But as expected, the Silver Circle fought back. Their lawyers and goons were everywhere, and they were doing everything they could to erase the evidence we had exposed. They fought us in court. They fought us in the streets. They even tried to intimidate Dmitri and me, but we didn't back down. Then came the final confrontation. One morning, as I sat in my apartment, a knock echoed through the door. I opened it to find two men standing there, both dressed in black suits, both with an air of menace about them. "We need to talk," one of them said. I knew exactly who they were. They were part of the Silver Circle's inner circle. I could feel the weight of their threat before they even spoke. "You've pushed too far," the other man said, "and now, we're going to make sure this all ends." For a moment, I thought they were going to kill me right then and there, but instead they handed me a piece of paper. It was a threat, plain and simple. "Stop fighting us or we will make you regret it." They left as quickly as they came, and as I sat there I realized something. They were scared. They were finally scared of what we were doing, scared that they might actually lose their grip on everything they had worked for. But it wasn't over. I wasn't going to let them win. I wasn't going to stop. Days later, Henri Delon was arrested again. This time, the charges stuck. The list of names we had exposed kept growing, and more of the Silver Circle's members began to fall. Their empire was crumbling, and though the battle was long and exhausting, there was a sense that we had finally won. But it wasn't just about bringing the guilty to justice anymore. It was about something bigger. It was about the thousands of women who had been hurt by the system, whose voices had been silenced for too long. And for me, it was about honoring the memory of Elise and all the other women who had never had the chance to fight back. When the trial ended and the verdicts were delivered, I stood at the front of the courtroom, proud but weary. The men who had once thought they were untouchable were now behind bars, their power stripped away. The Silver Circle had been shattered. It had cost me everything, my innocence, my peace, my sense of security, but it was worth it. I had fought for something greater than myself. And in the end, that was all that mattered. The scars would never fade, but I had found my strength. The nightmare was over, and the world had been forced to see the truth.